seat. We are about to start. So let's do a countdown from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I can see somebody running forward. Good morning. According to my executive director, she says ladies and ladies, but we have a few gentlemen here. So good morning, ladies and the gentlemen that are here today, both in person and online. We welcome you to the WIMBIZ Women in Politics mock presidential debate and graduation. My name is Priscilla Iyari. I work at InterSwitch as the brand manager for QuickTeller. I also support Verve and the master brand. And it's such an honor to be here today to anchor this event, the first of its kind. It's such an important thing that WIMBIZ is doing in this season. I'm sure we all have heard, we've all been involved in one debate or the other over the past 2 weeks about our nation's presidential election and primaries that's been taking place. Okay, before we go on, I would like us to rise for the national anthem. Let's rise for the national anthem, please. Country Nigeria. Okay, please take your seats. As you take your seats, please say hello to the lady beside you. Have you introduced yourselves? For all we care, you might be sitting beside the first female president of Nigeria. So introduce yourselves. Let's see, say something nice. What do you like about the person? Their outfit, their eyelashes like mine. Okay, so we're getting into this event right about now. But before we go ahead, I would like to ask, whether online or in person, how many of us have our PVCs already? With a show of hands. www.wimbiz.org. We would like to thank our sponsors for today's event, African Women's Development Fund, AWDF, for supporting the WIMBIZ mentoring program. At the end of the program, a link will be shared for a quick evaluation. Please endeavor to complete the evaluation, and we would love to have your feedback. Okay, so now we move on very quickly to the next agenda, which is the opening remarks, which is to be given by the chair, WIMPol Committee, WIMBIZ. Mrs. Kemi Ogunyemi. A round of applause, please.
So,
good morning, everybody. It's a wet day, but thank God the rain has stopped. And I think that's why some people are delayed. I understand. So, I am honored today to deliver the opening remarks at this special occasion, the Women in Politics mock presidential debate and the graduation ceremony. This is a program born out of the advocacy pillar of WIMPol, and this journey commenced in February 2022. I welcome our graduates, our mentees, mentors, WIMPol's associates, and guests who have made time out to be with us today. Mentoring to us at WIMPol is about advocacy, growth, networking, and development. Our graduates have been engaging, they have committed, and are dedicated all through the mentoring period. It is our belief that the experience has been enriching and has inspired them to seize opportunities and make difference on the Nigerian political frontier from now on. The opportunity you have had is the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I must add that the WIMPol community is passionate about its success. Therefore, I enjoin you all to be confident, expect the unexpected in your individual political journeys, embrace challenges, and there will be challenges, and opportunities fearlessly, boldly, and make us proud. The key is starting. So start now. Congratulations to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kemi Ogunyemi, the executive, the chair, WIMPol committee, WIMPol. A round of applause again, please. Before we go ahead, I would like to introduce the party chairpersons for our mock political parties. Please, as I mentioned, your name, please rise and take a bow. Mrs. Tinu Phillips Odufoye. A round of applause for her, please. She is the party chair for Awake Nigeria Party, the party chair for Leading Leaders Democratic Party, LLDP, Mrs. Adenike Olumide Emmanuel. A round of applause. And then, last but not least, the party chair for Nigeria Unified Party, Mrs. Adekunbi Thomas. A round of applause for her. Okay, moving very quickly, we would like to get a better understanding of what the voting guidelines are. Once again, this is the WIMPol mock presidential debates, and we'll be inviting Mrs. Ijoma Oke-Igbokwe to tell us about what the voting guidelines for today are. A round of applause for her, please. Please clap till she gets here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to be here because I was here when we had the first WIMPol program. Then I was still working with the commission. That is progressing by the day. For this election, it's mock election. So what you are following is the guideline of WIMPol, and it's not exactly how they do it in the commission. So this election is going to be physical in the hall here and online via Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube. For those in the hall, the ballot box is strategically positioned in front for transparency and to enhance free, fair, credible elections. The ballot papers are arranged on 2 tables, and you will be, properly directed when the time comes with the opportunity to thumb print. Kindly ensure that your thumb print is within the box If it's not within the box, it will be void votes. We will not count it. For those also for those, only 2 people can be at the voting table per time. We don't want people to know who the next person is voting for, so we need to give space for them to vote. For those online, the link to vote will be posted on the chat box of Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube. Kindly click the link to cast your vote. All you just need to do is just to click on the link and then you cast your vote. Online participants should please know that the link to vote accommodates 1 vote submission only. Both physical and online, we are not going to accept multiple voting. So your ballot paper is just for 1 vote. If you vote for 2 people, that's for 2 parties on a particular ballot paper, is void votes and will not be counted. Ensure you note the political parties of your preferred candidate, as ballot papers do not have the names nor the pictures of the aspirants. So you are voting for the party. That is how it is in the Constitution. You vote for the party, you don't vote for the individual as far as the ballot is concerned. So you don't have the names of the candidates on your ballot paper, you have the names of the party. So I expect that we all know our parties so that we will vote for the parties. And please don't write the name of the candidate on your ballot paper. If you don't know the party you want to vote for, please, you just submit it like that. Don't write the name of the candidate. So thank you very much. The voting ends by 11:40 a.m. prompt or until the last person that was accredited had voted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I know we said it's a mock presidential debate, but it seems so real. All the rules, wow. Accredited voters, don't vote, don't print outside the box. Wow, wow. Okay, now it's getting so real. And now we're getting into the debate proper. It's a privilege to welcome the moderator for the debate. His name is Kayode Okukiolu. He's an actual anchor on Channels TV. You see, it's a mock debate, but it's very real. Kayode Okukiolu, please, a round of applause for him. He's going to coordinate the debate for today, and then he'll be introducing the presidential aspirants as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, it's great to be here, actually. I'm not a mock anchor, by the way, as she said. I'm a real anchor. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, the hour has come. The moment we've all been waiting for. Just a few moments from now, 3 leading presidential candidates will mount this podium where they will answer hard-hitting questions, not mock questions, hard-hitting questions on their manifestos. They'll answer questions on their governance policies and, of course, proffer real-life solutions to challenges facing Nigeria as a nation. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 2022 mock presidential debate, brought to you by Women in Politics, an initiative of WIMPol. Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to state that today's questions were chosen by me and me alone. I have not divulged or revealed any of the questions to the candidates or anyone, even my wife, has not seen the questions. So these questions are fresh and they're right here with me. And at this point, I'd also like to ask you, our esteemed audience, to refrain from cheering, jeering, or even clapping for the candidates. But we'll break that rule just this moment as I welcome on stage the candidates. So I'll take my seat and then introduce you to the candidates. Is that okay? All right, let's do this. All right, so first up is the candidates of the Nigerian Unified Party, NUP. Agatha Henry Ajala is a public health expert with specialties in parasitology and bioinformatics. She studied at the Enugu State University of Science and Technology, the University of Lagos, and London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, University of London. Well, she has worked with Global Health and Awareness Research Foundation, Hill City University, Cotonou, and has had consultancy stints with Save the Children, amongst others. Agatha is currently a PhD candidate at the University of Lagos and executive training consultant, Access Bank School of Banking Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, vying for the #1 office on the platform of Nigerian Unified Party, NUP, please make welcome Agatha Henry Ajala. Well, coming up next is a candidate of Awake Nigeria Party, ANP. Folashade Aduni Koka is a lawyer and a tax practitioner. She's a graduate of law from the Ogun State University with master's degree in taxation and enforcement from the University of Lagos and a PhD in taxation from the Atlantic International University, USA School of Business and Economics. Well, she's currently with the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service, where she serves as the Director Informal Sector and Special Duties. She has attended leadership programs in prestigious schools like the London Business School, UK, and Cranfield School of Management, also in the United Kingdom. Folashade is driven by the desire to impact as much of her experience on the people she comes in contact with, and she is a strong advocate of change begins with me. Again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the woman vying for the #1 office on the platform of Awake Nigeria Party, ANP, Folashade Aduni Koka. And now the candidate of Leading Leaders Democratic Party, LLDP. Kehinde Arimoro holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in economics from Covenant University. As an agripreneur, she founded Mary's Croft Agriculture, a hub where consumers can find fresh and locally sourced agricultural produce from various producers in Nigeria. Well, her mission is to serve others, contribute to society, and grow her expertise in business and politics. But when she's not working, she enjoys exploring new places with family and friends, reading and listening to music. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, vying for the #1 office on the platform of Leading Leaders Democratic Party, LLDP, please make welcome Kehinde Arimoro. Thank you very much. Well, just a few rules before we begin. You will have a maximum of 2 minutes to answer the questions, except otherwise stated. And you're free, of course, to seek clarification in case you're not clear about the question. In the first round, I will ask you some general questions, and afterwards, there will be different questions posed to all of you on various national issues. This is a mock debate, quite all right, but I'll be asking you real questions on real Nigerian and global issues. So I wish you all the best, candidates. Well, let's begin with this general question. And I'll begin from my extreme left, the candidate of Awake Nigeria Party. And I'll do round robin, the same question. And the question is, as a nation faced with the Hydra-headed challenge of insecurity, struggling economy, energy crisis, and many more, should you win today's election, what will be the thrust of your administration within the first week?
Thank you. Thank you. The thrust of my administration would actually be starting from the youths, because when you look at insecurity, it's basically based on unemployment. So as of today, we have 33.3% unemployed adults in Nigeria, and we have 45.5% of that made up of the youths. So once you are able to address the issue of youth unemployment and the issue of also of feeding by way of agriculture. You look at agriculture, try to create a global value chain in the sense of going into the inner states and trying to utilize cheap labor to create employment for people. You also stop the interstate migration because people have source of revenue. Then you take revenue, agriculture from just being for purpose of feeding to an export item, and you try to export a lot of products. Look at plantain, banana, and then you try to create a value chain also to ensure that things like tomato and onions that normally go bad, you use the government as an off-taker. And by way of off-taking, they take out all the things that the farmers create or produce, and then they try to produce them and make them into consumptions in a way that it can be exported out. By that, you create forex, and you make the country viable, and then you ensure that youths are properly employed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, you're candidate of the Nigerian Unified Party. Should you win today's election, what will the thrust of your administration be within the first week?
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. The first thing I am going to tackle is the challenge of insecurity. Insecurity has caused a lot of damages to different facets of the things that we are doing in Nigeria. And the way we're going to deal with insecurity is by, first of all, ensuring that students are in school, that they are engaged, there is no ASU strike. They say that an idle mind is devil's workshop. So I will ensure that there is no free space for them to entertain or to be idle. Secondly, I'm going to
Don't worry, you can take a deep breath and just articulate your point. Please go ahead.
Okay. Secondly, I'm going to engage in, I'll be working with competent teams, and they are going to be working seriously into diversifying different entrepreneurial skills. We are going to open up different training centers where the youths are going to enroll to be trained in different skills. And by so doing, when they are engaged, they will not be idle again, because it is when they are idle, they will be enticed by those people who are using them to commit all these atrocities. Then in terms of digital technology, so many of our youths, they are very good, but the problem is that they are using it in the negative sense. So I'm going to embark on enlightening them, educating them to channel those skills, those innovative ideas they have in the positive sense.
Thank you very much. Well, for you, candidate of the LLDP, should you win today's election, what will be the thrust of your administration in the first week?
Thank you, Kaidi. Let me start by explaining who a leader is. A leader is someone that accepts the responsibility to lead a nation, someone who believes in the people and the greatness, someone who believes in the greatness and the potential of people of that nation, someone who commits time, resources, talent to leading a nation, someone who doggedly does everything to deliver the abilities of a nation. Now, my government will focus on insecurities. Firstly. Secondly, we'll focus on agriculture. Thirdly, we'll focus on education. Insecurity would ensure we tighten the borders. Within the first week, ensure we have drones in strategic positions to monitor what is going on in these areas. We would also ensure that we have an all-inclusive government or cabinet members in which we have different tribes, different religions, and genders in these positions to reduce the agitations of marginalization. Also, we would ensure that we restructure the constitution. We would focus also on agriculture. Let me start by saying that between July 2021 and September 2021, agriculture contributed to almost 30% of our GDP. And agriculture is the largest economic activity in the rural areas that houses about 50% of our population. Therefore, we would ensure that the agricultural sector is profitable across its value chain by ensuring that we train and deploy farm extension workers to teach the benefits to teach the best practices in agriculture. We would also make sure that the agricultural sector is modernized and changed from subsistence farming to commercial farming. We'll focus also on education. Education is key to economic development. It's the bedrock for economic development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Having finished with your opening statements, let's now get into strategic areas, thematic areas of our national development. And I'll begin again with the candidate of the ANP. And this is about the economy. We as a nation are cash strapped. We're trying to raise revenue to fund our trillions of naira budget. Well, we have resorted to borrowing in the past few years to finance that deficit. But how would you raise revenues for capital and recurrent expenditure if you were to win today's election?
Thank you. So when you look at the public debt profile, you have advanced economies having 72% of the GDP. You have emerging economies having 34 to 54% of the GDP. And then you have the lower economies having between 14 and 44% of the GDP. So why is this? First, I will try to reduce the expenditure that is not based on debt profile, in the sense that you have a lot of wastage with respect to salaries for public officers and all that. So you try to streamline and reduce the number of public services or servants that you have in high offices. Then political office holders also, you look at what their salary earning is, and then you try to streamline or reduce that to be able to first enhance the budget, in the sense that you have more liquidity within the budget to be able to address things like agric, education, and thereof. Then you also look at the debt profile, and you try to identify, is it really being used for purpose of growth within the government or within Nigeria? And then you realize that it is usually being used to address, it's not used for capital expenditure. Instead, it is used for, as I said, it's used for salaries. So you try to look at the recurrent non-debt, you try to look at the capital expenditure and look at the capex vis-a-vis the total expenditure of the country, and you try to nil out wastages. Then you also look at agric, you try to build capacity, as I said, in agric. You look inwards. Right now we have over 13,000 students in Canada, and that has been the growth. It has been the highest over the 22 years. So you try to build the education system in a way that a lot of countries, a lot of children will stay within Nigeria, and all that capital flight is kept in-house.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's still stay on the economy, and I'll focus on our unemployment rate. That came up earlier on. Nigeria's unemployment rate is 33%, one of the highest in the world, in fact, the second highest. What practical steps would you, as president, take to create employment, or at least create a conducive environment for employment creation?
Okay, thanks very much. One of the strategies I'm going to use, take for instance, the first quarter, the GDP, we had an increase of 3.11%. And majority, it is driven by the telecommunication, which contributed almost over 93%. So first of all, I'm going to deal with that. How do I go about that? I'm going to work on ensuring an ease of doing business. I'm going to ensure that telecommunication are expanded towards the underserved areas. And by so doing, many people will seize the opportunity and be working and be contributing to the economy. In addition to that, telecommunication, they are faced with security challenges, serious security challenges, and that is the reason why it is important. I'm also going to deal with security. How do I do that? First of all, like my party, you say that I'm going to institutionalize love. When I talk about that, what do I mean? In the communities, they will begin to ensure that communities look out for what is happening in their different communities. When they see an unwanted element, they will track it down. And then when there is need for federal might, we will engage them to help them. Those telecommunication services, because of insecurity that is ravaging our nation, they spend a lot of money. For instance, when they went to go to interior to where they want to refuel their masts, they have to equip themselves with a lot of security, which of course, is a lot of money. So I'm going to settle with insecurity, deal with insecurity. By so doing, it will ease them for expanding to underserved areas. Then in terms of unemployment, I'm going to, just the same way, I'm
sorry, your time is up. Thank you very much. For the candidate of the LLDP, currently close to half of our population is in poverty. And there have been various initiatives to curb poverty, but it looks like this poverty keeps defying the solutions. What would you do, practically speaking now, to lift 100 million people out of poverty during your time as president?
Thank you very much. Poverty is a menace in our economy, in our society. This poverty has led to increase in crime. It has led to many vices within the economy and within our societies. Therefore, I would also like to say that my party, Leading Leaders Democratic Party, has a strong political base. We support deregulations, human rights. We also support increased funding for education, for healthcare, and more. To reduce the risk of poverty, my government will focus on agriculture, on education. In the health sector, we'll focus on different other things. We would also ensure women inclusion. We would also focus on industrialization. Let me start in the agricultural sector. In agriculture, we would ensure there is food security by protecting our farmers against all hazards. Also, we would ensure profitability in the values in the agricultural value chain. This would encourage the youth to get involved in agriculture, thereby creating employment. We would also empower our youths by giving them incentives to create SMEs that will create jobs for those in the rural areas, thereby lifting people out of poverty. Education, like I said earlier, is a bedrock for economic development. Education lifts people out of poverty. With education, it is believed that the more you learn, the greater your capacity to earn. Therefore, we'll reorientate our youth and other people within our societies to make them see the importance of working and helping others that are in need. We'll also focus on the health sector. The health sector within our nation is poorly developed, most especially in the level of the local government. The health personnel are not properly trained, and those that are trained are not giving in their best.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, let's switch gears now. Health has come up quite a lot during this conversation, and I'd like to ask you, the candidate of the NUP, this all-important question about health. Our public health system leaves much to be desired: inadequate bed space, lack of equipment, poor working conditions, and so much more. The list is almost endless. Hundreds of billions are lost yearly to health tourism. We've seen presidents, governors, and other public health, or rather public officials, actually traveling abroad for medical treatment. Can you fix the health system? And if yes, how?
All right, thanks very much. It is possible to fix the health system in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, I have worked with the Lagos State with partnership for strengthening health system in Nigeria. When we are doing that, there are so many success stories. How did we do that? Number one, it entails public-private partnership. Number two, we work from the grassroots, because all those statistics, when you talk about maternal mortality rates, most of the deaths come from the rural communities. What did we do? We use community participation in health, So they work with the primary health centers. We strengthen the structures, community structures. For instance, the World Health System, CDCs, CDA. So they work in partnership with the private health facility staff to educate the community members, to ensure that more community members have access to health. In terms of resource mobilization, we were able to train them in terms of resource mobilization, and they were empowered. They were able to go on their own to different public, private persons to mobilize resources, to renovate their health facilities. A typical example is what happened in Ibejuleki local government area. One ward, they were able to mobilize resources. They were able to build 11 units of toilet facilities. They were able to engage build a police post, and they were paying that. And because of this achievements of theirs, the government officials, they were attracted to them, and they begin to ask, who are these people? How did they do it? So what I'm saying is this: we are going to expand this method to different 774 local government areas where it is not being implemented, because it was being driven by donor agencies. And the challenge is that when donors exit, it stops, right? So I am going to ensure that when they are disengaging, my administration will have plan in place to continue from where they stop.
Thank you very much. Well, for the candidate of the ANP, this one is for you. University lecturers have been on strike for 4 months now in Nigeria. That's the 16th strike in 20 years. How will you convince lecturers who are demanding billions of naira, in fact, hundreds of billions of naira, and avert future strikes during your time as president?
Thank you. For us in ANPP, education is one of the important issues that we intend to address. So for me, it is not to convince the lecturers to call off strike. The first thing to do is to identify what the issues are. And once you identify what the issues are, you then try to address it. And then what has been their yearning for all this time? A fund was created for purpose of education, because the people in the educational system realized that they would prefer for a trust fund to be created to fund revenue, to fund education. And that agreement was entered into by the government and the unions. And thereafter, years after, they now reneged on that. So we go back to look at that agreement. We identify what the consensus were at that time. Then we look at that and try to see whether we can create what is called a win-win situation to ensure that a lot of our youth go back to school. So, of course, for the agitating unionists, it's not something that they would get all that they require, but we'll be able to address some of the issues, make promises that we intend to fulfill, get the youth back into school to be able to learn, and to ensure that a lot of our students do not go out of the country, thereby keeping revenue within the country. So these are some of the things that we intend to do. We would also look at it and to see whether the infrastructures of the schools are up to standard and meet current day realities, to be able to create or graduate students that are bespoke to meet current day realities. So we look into the universities, starting from the federal institutions, try to build capacity in the polytechnics, because you realize that a lot of IT and tech savvy people are from the tech and from the technology. So you look at the College of Education, you try to build capacity, you try to look at the agri sector and try to ensure that people that are living from the College of Education have easy access and loans from the government to be able to go into agriculture. And then the government creates a kind of ecosystem where there are off-takers and they can take off what is produced and be able to create a global value chain from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, now to the candidate of LLDP. You've spoken about agriculture. Understandably, you have a background in agriculture, and some of the ideas you may have proffered might not be new to the electorate. Nigeria's economy has been import-driven for too long, with successive trade deficits, which of course affects the value of our naira. Agriculture has been said to be the new oil, but that's yet to be seen. So how would you approach agriculture to make it viable, adding value such that what we export is not just raw materials, but finished products that can earn us more forex?
Thank you very much. I said earlier that agriculture is the largest economic activity that goes on in the rural areas where about 50% of our population lives. Now, my government would ensure that we train and deploy farm extension workers, creating demonstration farms, 1 percentorial zones as appropriate to teach the benefits of best practices. With these best practices, our farmers can meet the standards for exports. Secondly, we would ensure that we make agriculture profitable by subsidizing farming and ensuring that we provide generous disbursement of farm inputs like improved seedlings. And this will be done consistently, not, we won't start and stop. We won't stagger. We would consistently provide generous disbursement of farm inputs, fertilizers, microcredits for these farmers, and ensure they have access to it. Also, we'll focus on agri support institutions. We'll strengthen them. And when I say strengthen them, I mean, we'll ensure that those that are to lead these farm agri institutions, like river basin authorities, like Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development agencies, would ensure that those that are to lead these agencies are chosen based on performance and based on merit. They will not be chosen based on favoritism or based on who knows who, or who knows the governor, or who knows, a chairman somewhere, or things like that. We would also make sure that we provide incentives for youth to venture into agriculture, to provide jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll step into another round, but this time we'll talk security, which is a major challenge. But I'm going to be giving you real life scenarios and asking what your decision or what your move will be. And I'll start with the candidate of the NUP once more. A mass kidnap has just occurred in a remote village, and the terrorists are demanding a huge ransom, hundreds of millions of naira. As a commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria, how would you secure your citizens?
Thanks very much. What touches a person in Nigeria touches me. I will use every necessary apparatus within my power to ensure that I track those kidnappers down and will punish them. And when I do that, it will serve as a deterrent to others who may be wanting to commit the same crime. So that is the first step I'm going to do. Like I said earlier on, that my party, we're going to institutionalize law. Community are going to be part of this exercise because the challenges is for everyone in Nigeria. They're going to help because once they identify those elements, criminal elements, they will notify the government. And once they notify us, I'm going to employ all the federal might to tackle that insecurity. Who say that we cannot track? How do they communicate? How do they make calls? As the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I have the power to know all the communication. Remember, I'm going to be working with competent, credible, experienced, critical thinkers in my team. So we're going to use them, use all the resources we have to track the channels they use, all those their networks they use to track them. And once we track them down, nobody is going to escape. Those that are found guilty, they are going to be prosecuted, and they are, if they are convicted, they will face the severe consequence. Thank you.
So would you pay ransom?
I will not pay ransom. My administration will not pay ransom because I am in charge. I will track them, I will get them. There is no escape. This is my territory. Nigeria is my territory. When you are entering, I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Right. Why will I pay ransom? I will not pay ransom.
Thank you very much.
No.
Now for the candidate of AMP. Your police, your military, and other security agencies are overwhelmed. They are underfunded, and consequently, they are jaded, making them lose critical battles against criminals, against terrorists, and all that. What would you do?
Thank you very much for that question. So for police reform, or the all arms of security personnel, that also comes down to what we are looking at also. So what would I do? It's not about looking at the sore and trying to treat the sore. It's about looking at where the root cause is. So for that, it involves short, medium, and long-term solutions. So what is the short-term solution to this? The short-term solution to this is first to look at the solutions or the issues on ground and try to mitigate them. So you stop them from going beyond where the problem actually is right now. Then for medium term and long term, you look at the apparatus called security, the police, the military, and the Navy. You try to weed out those that are already compromised. You look at their salary structure. You try to see whether it meets current day reality, in the same sense where the people in the educational sector are clamoring for increase in pay. So you look at that and see whether what the take-home pay of the police or the military or the army is can actually take them home. You look at the military that are securing our borders and try to identify whether they've been given sufficient ammunition, sufficient support within the structures that they operate to be able to do their best. And again, it goes back to pride. Pride in our nation, Nigeria. We need to go back to building from the very youth, that pride, making people ready to die and live for their country. Our military, the security arm, are they confident and ready to die for this nation? Right. And then what are those things that you need to address that would make them willing and ready, like a US officer, to go to war and right. to be ready to die there? So you look at that also. Then
Thank you very much. Okay. Just to be clear, would you increase the current 1 trillion naira budget for security?
Security is very key. Yes, I would.
You would?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now for the candidate of the LLDP. There's currently a nationwide protest, mass protest, millions of Nigerians protesting over the excesses of your security forces, from extrajudicial killings to extortion, unlawful detention, etc. As a president, the buck stops at your table. What's your next move to, one, keep the peace and instill confidence in your citizens?
Thank you very much. I would like to start by defining what trust is. Trust is the foundation upon which the legitimacy of public institutions and democracy works. So I will start, my government will start by reorientating the citizens of the nation.
I'm saying at that point when the protest is happening, mass protest, what would your move be?
Okay. We will try to instill calm into the citizens. Also, when there is calm, would ensure that our police force would try to strengthen, would focus on reviewing the leaders of this police force and ensure that those in the position of leadership have actually been chosen based on their performance and their merit. We would also ensure that we strengthen our police regulatory councils that would ensure that these police force agents have up-to-date penal codes. They know how to deal with the public regarding public relations. Would ensure that even the police force, the personnel are reorientated regarding how to deal with citizens in crime issues, so that they are dealing with these issues and not tampering on their human rights as they deal with these issues. Also, we work on their remuneration, because when people are not comfortable, they tend to get into crime. Therefore, we would ensure that we work on their remuneration, like providing houses for them. And this is not to say that they don't have houses yet, but we would work on their broken down houses, making sure it is fit for them to live comfortably and ensure that their salaries are reviewed.
Just to be clear, would you arrest the protesters?
No, I won't.
Allow the protests continue? Would you address the protesters? What would you do? Just 5 seconds.
My government would make sure that protesting is part of a human right.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, let's again switch gears, and I'll go to my extreme left one more time with the Awake Nigeria Party. Being the first woman president, in what ways would you champion the cause of women for equal representation and affirmative action, which have long been clamored for?
Thank you. Being the first woman president would not be treated with levity. And having said that, what would I do to ensure that women have that day and that platform to thrive and to be the best that they can? First, what I will do is to try to engagement, stakeholders engagement is very key. So you engage with your women folks, you try to identify round pegs for round holes, you look inwards and try to build capacity and look at your women and where they can serve. And then you ensure that you pick the best, those that can serve and show examples that will be able to ensure that the government sees that women can do it better and that they can do it well. Not by way of competition, but by letting, because what I've realized is that in anything in this world where you have women, you see that women are very key. Looking first, when you look at gender violence and all that, all those things would not thrive where you don't have a woman at the core of it. So you can now imagine when you drive the positivity of women to make an impact in the society. Every family is a member of the community, and the women are very important in the family structure. So where you have a woman in your leadership structure, you are able to drive a lot. And I believe that working with the women will be able to do so much more. When you look at the value chain, you look at the agricultural sector, you look at the communities inwards, it's all about women. So when you try to build capacity in that, you are able to ensure security, you are able to ensure a value chain, you are able to ensure that revenue is increased, because the women are most of the people that make up the entrepreneurship structure, they make up the informal sector, and empowering a woman is empowering a nation. Thank you.
So what will the ratio be, men to women, in your cabinet?
For me, in my cabinet, the ratio will be 50-50, but premised on deliverables and productivity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now for the candidate of the NUP, there continues to be agitations from regions who feel marginalized. As a president charged with the responsibility to foster peace and unity of a diverse nation like Nigeria, how would you assuage these agitations?
All right. You remember I said we're going to institutionalize love. Nigeria Unified Party stand by love, stand by unity, stand by peace. First of all, I am going to call a referendum. Very important. Everybody is going to come from different regions.
Would you do that by yourself or with the help of the National Assembly?
With the help of my team, I'm going to call a referendum. Very critical, because it has worked in some African countries. So it is fundamental to bringing back peace to the nation. People will come to a table. If there is need for us to ask for national forgiveness, we ask for national forgiveness. People will say they are sorry. And right there at the table, we decide and determine how we are going to chart the course of this nation forward. Because if you look at the constitution we are using many years ago, majority of people that put that constitution together are no more here. Things have changed. There is paradigm shift, and we have to shift with what is going on. So people that will participate now will be able to bring out the issues that are prevailing now before the table, and now rub minds together to agree and disagree on the path that will be good for the whole nation.
What if your National Assembly votes down this call for referendum?
They may vote down, but I will not give up. It's a process. It's a process because it has to depend on
You're
facts.
out of time. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Well, finally, in this round for the candidate of the LLDP, I'd like you to speak to young Nigerians who seem to have given up on the nation, and they're consistently looking for what has been termed greener pastures abroad. What kind of hope does your presidency offer?
Thank you very much. My party would encourage the youths by telling them to believe in this great nation, Nigeria. The youths are hopeless. That's very correct. Even Nigerians are disillusioned. But I will restore Nigeria, and I will not fail Nigerians. I would advise the youths and encourage them to trust in the process of development that is going on within the nation. I would also encourage youth and tell them that we would focus on the agricultural sector by ensuring that it's profitable again. I would encourage youth and tell them that we will focus on working on the educational sector to make sure that it is up to standard and ensure that the upcoming students, the students that are already in school, are trained enough for emerging global economies. I would also tell them that we would work on the health sector and ensure that we have a standard health sector shortly. I'll also encourage them and tell them, let them know that women and youths will be well and adequately represented in governance once I assume power. I would also encourage them by letting them know that the industries will be developed again, would revive the manufacturing sector that will create employment for them, would also ensure that we improve the service sector by reviewing the export promotion legislations, thereby making our made in Nigeria goods competitive enough for exports. I would also encourage the youth by letting them know that things are going to get better. Trust my government. I will restore electricity and make sure that we have electricity 24 hours a day,
Right.
7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Thank you. Much. Well, we're now in another round. This is a quite peculiar round. It's a yes or no round. So I'm going to start again from the candidate of the AMP. Would you continue to pay subsidy as president?
No.
Why?
Thank you very much. So we've been paying subsidy for close to all my life, and I've basically seen no change. So when you keep doing something and you see that it's not result-oriented or bringing about the change, then it's time to look at it and to recalibrate.
Thank you very much. For the candidate of the NUP, would you restructure Nigeria?
There is need for restructuring in Nigeria.
Is that yes or no?
It's a yes.
How?
Restructuring, we start from number one. I am going to regionalize Nigeria. What do I mean? Okay.
Just a sentence to answer. Thank you very much. And now for the candidate of the LLDP, would you champion the creation of state police or keep the federal police?
Well, I would champion it. Skipping the state police, I will champion it.
How?
First of all, I would ensure that the leaders that are chosen are competent enough. And also create and strengthen the Police Regulatory Council.
Thank you very much. Now, this is a multiple choice question. I'll ask all of you the same question and seek your response. And I'll begin with the candidate of the NUP. And this is on foreign policy. Just one question on foreign policy. Whose side would you take in the Russia-Ukraine war? Russia, Ukraine, or non-aligned? It's for you, by the way, the candidates of NUP.
Yeah. Ukraine.
Ukraine.
Yes.
What about you, candidate of AMP?
Yes, it's easy to say that the battle is not ours, but the reality, it's a vicious circle.
Whose side would you take?
I'll take Ukraine.
What about you, candidate of LLDP?
I believe that
Whose side would you take?
I believe in unity and cohesion. So I won't take anybody's side. I believe that,
Non-aligned.
yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Right, so for this final round, you have 30 seconds to again, perhaps drive your point home as to why you are the best for this job. And you have 30 seconds to do this. We're winding down on this now. And I'll begin from my extreme, let me begin from my extreme right, since we started from my extreme left. Nigerians have gone through this cycle, time and time again, the electioneering cycle. Campaigns, promises are made, but then when the rubber meets the road, those promises are hardly ever fulfilled. I'd like you to look into the eyes, or perhaps the eye of the electorate this morning and tell them why they should trust you this time around. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Nigeria is at a crossroad and needs to be rescued now. Unemployment is at its highest and quality of life is at its lowest. Underpinning systems that should sustain the society, like the healthcare, education, even the judiciary have failed. They have collapsed. I do not come with titles, but I come with the hope to restore this great nation. I will restore Nigeria and I will not fail you. I will start by ensuring that the agricultural sector is profitable. I would ensure there is constant and consistent electricity. I would ensure that there are good roads. Thank you
very much. For the candidate of NUP, why should Nigerians or the electorate trust you this time around?
They should trust me because I have been in the business of transformation. I'm a transformational leader. I have transformed more than 10,000 Nigerian youths. So being a transformation expert, I am going to transform Nigeria. I'm going to go beyond the walls of university and transform all the sectors of Nigeria. For instance, I call it SET. I'm going to transform the security. I'm going to transform the electricity. I'm going to transform the transportation channels and as well as information. Because like I said earlier on, if you look at the indices that contributed more to the economic GDP of Nigeria, it came from telecommunication.
Thank you very much.
So vote me.
And finally, the candidate of ANP. Why should the electorate elect you today?
Fellow Nigerians, I know that leaders have come and gone, and they've promised you and never delivered on their promises. But one thing I am certain of is that women do not make promises that they do not deliver on. I'm a woman of integrity and credibility, a leader, and a leader that does not lead from the behind, a leader that is a servant to all. I promise to lead you and to follow you in that work until we achieve greatness, until we achieve that zenith that all youth will be proud to call their homes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have listened to your candidates, and I must say that they have been very impressive. So one more time, I'd like us to break that rule, and with a resounding ovation, thank Folashade Aduni-Koka of Awake Nigeria Party, ANP, Agatha Henry Ajala of Nigerian Unified Party, NUP, and Kehinde Arimoyo of the Leading Leaders Democratic Party, LLDP. Please let's put our hands together for them. It's not easy to answer these questions just right there. Thank you so much. And I'd like to say once more that you have been very brilliant, and I wish you the very best in the coming elections.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please have your seats. A round of applause again. Wow, like I said earlier, it's a mock presidential debate, but it seems so real. All the amazing agenda that these ladies have put forward. And you know what my favorite part of the debate has been? Nobody came here to dance. Nobody came here to say, your country needs a mother. They actually put forth very, very cogent. What did you say? Nobody, wow. Let me not repeat that one out loud. Okay, they brought forward very cogent, very articulate plans to move our country forward. Issues about security, agriculture, education, issues around the economy, how to move the country forward. A round of applause again for our presidential candidates. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right now, it's getting more serious. It's time to cast the votes. But before we do that, I would like to invite the presiding officer for our physical votes here in person of Mrs. Funlola Adedayo. A round of applause for her. Please rise up and take your seats at the station. Thank you very much. Also, we have our poll clerk, Mrs. Ibilola Akinola. Please rise up and take your seats at the stand. And also, I'd like to acknowledge the presiding officer for our online voting, Mrs. Adedoyin Adejumo. She's just right at the back there. A round of applause for her, please. Okay, to give us the voting rules and guidelines, I'd like to invite the INEC returning officer, so real, Mrs. Ijoma Oke-Igbokwe, again, to just tell us what the next steps are and how we are expected to proceed with the voting. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's going to be a very simple procedure, and they are going to invite us from our tables. And then here we have the officials, the electoral officials. So the first person you will meet is the poll clerk. The poll clerk will check and confirm that your name is on the register, and then give you back your card. The tag that we are wearing, that's the delegate's tag, is our voter's card for this exercise. So when they look at your card and the name and it corresponds, then they will give you back and tick the register. That stands for accreditation. Then you will now go to the presiding officer, who will give you the ballot paper and your thumbprint. Make sure that your thumbprint is within the space provided. If it is in between the lines, it is void votes. It is below, it is void vote. So it must be in the exact space provided. And the presiding officer will sign the back of that ballot paper. If it's not signed, it's void vote. So we will all now come and vote openly here, and you go. Remember, you don't need to take your handset to your voting booth. We don't want you to snap your vote so that you go and show the other party that you voted for them by the end of the day. There's no vote buying, there's no canvassing. Everything about campaigning has ended 24 hours to today. So nobody canvasses here for any votes or any ballot. So after the whole process, the presiding officer will empty the whole ballot in the open and then sort out according to the political parties. And then we'll count it openly here, and we'll all have the numbers here. Then they will record the number on the result sheet and now take it to the collation officer. And the collation officer will collect both the physical and online ballots and then declare the result. So it's a very simple procedure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So while we cast our votes, we would also proceed on tea break. So after you've cast your votes, please proceed on the tea break while the other aspect of the event continues. I'd like to just correct, the poll clerk is Mrs. Ibinwumi Akinola. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you. Okay, so I think there's going to be some ushers around you to direct you to the station where you'll be accredited, and then you can proceed to cast your vote. Thank you very much.
Nakasumbala jano de waste time, oh na. Me I want fire bazooka, oh na. Mr. Money no de waste time, Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Say baby to find no de too shine, unaka. Show why me. Mr. Money no de waste time, Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Hello. You carry back a lot of filo. I'ma take a phone, no go de ghost to go. I do to pay what 10 kilo. Kumatingaza, Shina say your father. Agata from Osaka Funi Bulala, Nishilo Japa, Omo Ajabota, Migapa. I don't like the nonsense we are Kubota. I don't like the nonsense we are Kubota. Nishilo Japa, Omo Ajabota, Migapa. I don't like the nonsense we are Kubota. I don't like the nonsense we are Kubota. Sunga la ja 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 sunga la ja 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 sunga olu sunga ja sunga la ja 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 sunga olu sunga ja. Somebody with the vibe right now. 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 Tell me what you see when you look at me. Sungbala Jaco Majubadi. My problem is I too sabi, but partly for the pool party. I got out, ya dark bada. So you dey wine meaning, you know see Uba, ya bakada. Shop banka, you go shop gada. Ele Sungbala Jaja Sunga. Carry your matter for head like Oshuka. VVS is on my neck, zero fuka. They puka, say give me shuka. Cause you know you can really give me super. Ele Sunga. We are team one, but that bitty conga. Hello. You carry back a lot of kilo. I'm gonna take a phone, no go de ghost to. Ready to pay what 10 kilo. Kumatingaza, Shina say your father. Agata from Osaka Funi Bulala, Nishilo Japa. Omo Ajabota, Migapa. I don't like the nonsense we are Kubota. I don't like the nonsense we are Kubota. Nishilo Japa. Omo Ajabota, Migapa. I don't like the nonsense we are Kubota. I don't like the nonsense we are Kubota. Sunga la ja 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 sunga la ja 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 sunga olu sunga ja sunga la ja 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 sunga olu sunga ja. Cause you know you carry it, you be super. Ele sunga. Oya ti mo bota biti konga oluwa bona.
I like this. I don't drink anything I see. I never prayed for this. I never knew it could end like this. Girl, if you're done with me, oh baby, go just set me free. Cause I don't do grace like this. For your love, I did lose my senses. Fight boy like me. Don't call me cheap, girl, I work for this. And I promise you I will find someone new. Make you no call me one time. Make you no call me. Down for breast and sweat. If I do you bad, no. Don't call me one time. Down for breast and sweat. If I do you bad, no. Don't call me one time.
Oh, this is Superstar DJ Calvin. The monster.
When I call, you no pick. When I text, you go read and delete. I know be good, don't know. I know if you sabi everything you dey think. You dey call me your boyfriend. Oh, I still dey pay for the sex every night. You don't need to say too much. I already know you don't love me much. Fight boy like me. Don't call me cheap, girl, I work for this. And I promise you I will find someone new. Make you no call me one time. Make you you know for me. Don't for press, that's why. If I do you bad, if I do you bad, don't want to wait out. Don't for press, that's why. If I do you bad.
Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know.
DJ Calvin on the
We
mix.
got a girl on me bed right now. She says she no one leave. She tell me, Ruga, I want to spend the rest of my life with you.
All voted. Please don't disenfranchise yourselves. Let's practice. Sorry.
You don't go to my heaven and dread. You don't go to my heaven and dread. You don't go to my heaven and dread. Okay. You make a bicycle and a Bible. Not in my eyes, you know what you don't tell her. I'm telling cause I give you umbrella. I don't feel in this together. Give you my necklace, spender. Give you my last cash, spender. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, spender. Show you my best friend. I give you my last cash, spender. Everything I do, I under 50, under. You know me, under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, understand. All of my fans are busy violent. I don't mind the picky content. I don't fight the uniform men. Oluwa, can you fix the problem? Thunder, fire, that you're busy. Where they give you tip to make you leave me. Thunder, fire, that you're busy. I don't feel in this world. Give me my necklace, friend. Give you my last card, friend. I show you my best friend, friend. I thought you in this together. Give you my necklace, friend. Show you my best friend, friend. I give you my last card, friend. Everything
The last time that I checked. Now before I digress, my girl, you told me that I'm not your love interest.
DJ Calvin on the
My
mix.
girl, the last time that I checked, see nothing ain't changed yet, except that I got a big bag and a big flag. Don't nobody for me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. When nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. The streets is so cold, my nigga. When nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. So cold outside, my brother. I don't want pull no trigger. I just want to what's up going play. I don't want no one. It's so cold outside, my brother. You are not the hate, my brother. Hey, I just want to play. What's up going play this? I don't want to go what I like. It's so cold outside. Me, I know they like nothing to worry me. I know they like nothing to bother me. You know, I know what apology. You know, say she look good about nobody. Me, I know they like nothing to bother me. I know they like nothing to bother me. You know, I know what apology. Yeah, man, nobody can make nonsense, my nigga. She's so cold, my nigga. And nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings of my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. She's so cold, my nigga. And nobody come try cry me a river.
Even when I travel overseas, girl, I don't mean to brag, my God. They say loving me globally. You want me horizontally. Nobody like me is freaking fantastic. This nigga in the middle of a crisis. If fall in love, you don't know what the price is. I want to know about the anger. He said dirty December. She leave me on, so bad, and now she gone, so bad. She do like whatever, but she give me wahala. She leave me on, so bad, and now she gone, so bad.
choke, but yeah. Why you give me mixed it now? Not like you got that ring on your finger. Even if you don't wanna be in there. But you know I got the energy to change your. I got a woman every man desire. Oh Lord, and she before she get quite on fire. Oh Papa, where the auntie for me, auntie like for me, idiot. I don't know nobody, oh yeah, we can see. I don't know nobody, oh yeah, we can see. Auntie for me, auntie like for me, idiot. I don't know nobody, oh yeah, we can see. I don't know nobody, oh yeah, we can see. Let's make love. I give you my heart, oh, it's extra love. It's true love. I do see when I'm looking at your eyes.
Hello, everyone. All WIMPol committee members, please move to the back for a picture. All WIMPol committee members, please move to the back, drop at the back for a group picture.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling, dance all queen. Let me give you loving like an African king. You know what I mean? Fresh and clean. Body sweeter than a J down tangerine. You know I like that. I like that. If they touch you, I will fight back. Fight back. Feeling like I'm on a right track. Right track. And nobody fit carry your matter the way you carry your matter, baby. I've been around the world 360, but I keep falling in love like me tipsy. I'ma send you flowers on the weekly. Might be gone till November. I'll be right back quickly for you. I feel blessed, I got zero stress. You're spinning me crocodile. Go slow, I be now. When I die, now you go green, let go. Somebody come with the doctor. I think that I am in love, and I'm begging now. She not there, go slow, I be now. Another time, now you go free, let go. She shutting me up, she giving me styles, different styles, she be my papa. She doing her eyes, she making a sound, she casting a spell, bra. I feel like I have been dashed, I'm intoxicated, like I am a drug. Was a good boy, but she tried to leave back. Got me doing things that I never planned. The other day, she be up on me, boy. The reacts like she been so. We been having wild times for sure. It's not safe, but I want to get more. Anytime we do it, that's it. Any dance, you get me mad, no more people. I don't understand, but you know, snake, you know, I hear it all about.
DJ Calvin on the mix.
And I'm begging her, she know they are, go slow, happy now, when I do that, let you go free, let go. She shooting me up, she giving me styles, different styles, she give me back, styles, different styles, she give me back. She doing her art, she making these styles, different styles, she give me back. She doing her art, she making these styles, different styles, she give me back. Oh Lord! Steady your page, your phone. I wanna take a picture for this the last longer fun. Take my secrets, got them like precious money. I never want to hear you quiet, so I write songs for you.
So I write songs for you. And I believe, yes, I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, picking the knees. Just when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. Yeah, yes, I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, picking the knees. Just when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. My baby, all the things I need. My baby, what's up beside you? So, my baby, what's up beside you? So, my baby, bad, my baby good, my baby, all the things I need. My baby, what's up beside you? So, what's up beside you? So, I miss your phone. I wanna take a picture for this cool as long as for you. Take my secrets, got them like precious money. I never want to hear you quiet, so I write songs for you. So I write songs for you. Opposition they come left and right, but I don't care. And then come there already know. I'll be right beside you, like the wall of Jericho.
DJ Calvin on the
They
mix.
don't know. They don't know what's going on. When I kiss you, when I kiss you, when I kiss you, my baby boo. I'll be a soldier for you. I'm getting better in kung fu. You should know I got it, and you don't need to get me too. I'll be right beside you in anything that you do. If you ever need to, I will be running to you, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we have all come to cast our votes. If you haven't, you have the next 2 minutes to do that because we're about to start the collation of votes. If you haven't yet cast your vote, whether you're at the back or outside, please come in now to cast your vote. We have about 2 more minutes to do that.
Running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go, running to you. Oh, this is Superstar DJ Calvin.
One more time, if you haven't already cast your votes, please come in to cast your votes now. We have about 2 more minutes to do that so that we can move on to the next aspect of the event.
So allow me, make I enjoy life. Cause problem not the finish, oh. Every day different wahala. Problem not the finish, oh.
For those online, I hope you have also cast your votes. The link has been shared for you to cast your votes online. One person, one vote, that's what it is. This is our ideal Nigeria here today. There is no rigging, no. One person, one vote. I hope you have already cast your vote if you're online.
I want to talk my life. I want to be happy. I want to dance and party to the rhythm of my body. I just wanna party every day. I just wanna party every day. So physical come one for the one. Then goes one, then touch it. Oh Lord.
Quality bed, quality rest is rest assured for you. I'm ready to shoot my shots and you. Looking for your private story. Let me see you in your full glory. Anything I want, she'll show me. She did finish work, she did go in. No man can ever clone me. I'm the realest, she knows me. Fulfill all that you told me. I'ma finish work, baby, go in. Yeah, yeah. You been on my mind lately. We won't forget, boom, boom, now. Yeah, you been on my mind lately. Forget boom boom now. I want to see you soon. You should be in my moon. Come close, man. I want to see you. All I need is you. Baby, stay in the room. Yeah, you say these tricks to me. 24 hours delete.
All right. The casting of votes is now officially ended, and it's time to start the collation of votes. Our INEC returning officer, Mrs. Ibokwe, is already here. She's already on her table, ready to move this ahead. Then I would like to invite Mrs. Funlola Adedayo, our presiding officer for the physical votes, to please come here as we start to count the votes. First to sort and then to count the votes. I'd also like to invite Mrs. Ibiwumi Akinola to support her here as well. I understand people online have already cast their votes and they're ready to move along. Thank you.
Boxes. Good morning, everybody. We'll be opening the boxes now to begin accreditation and counting.
Okay, the party agents for each party, please come forward to supervise the collation and counting of the votes. Thank you.
ANP. Duly signed paper, LLDP. Duly signed paper, ANP. Duly signed paper, NUP. Duly signed paper, ANP. Duly signed paper, ANP. Duly signed paper, NUP. Duly signed paper, ANP. Duly signed paper, NUP. Duly signed paper ANP. Duly signed paper LLDP. Duly signed paper ANP. Duly signed paper NUP. Duly signed paper it crosses into two boxes, so we'll be voiding this ballot. Do you all agree? Yes. Great. Okay. Duly signed paper NUP. Duly signed paper LLDP. Duly signed paper NUP. Duly signed paper ANP. Duly signed paper ANP. Duly signed paper LLDP. Duly signed paper NUP. Duly signed paper LLDP. Duly signed paper LLDP. Duly signed paper LLDP. Duly signed paper ANP. Duly signed paper NUP. The count is open. Okay. 1 for ANP. 2 ANP. 3 ANP. 4 ANP. 5 ANP. 6 ANP. 7 ANP. 8 ANP. 8 ANP. 9 ANP. 10 ANP. 11 ANP. 12 ANP. 13 ANP. 14 ANP. 15 ANP. 16 ANP. 17 ANP. 18 ANP. This is NUP now. 1 NUP. 2 NUP. 3 NUP. 4 NUP. 5 NUP. 6 NUP. 7 NUP. 8 NUP. Now LLDP. 1 LLDP. 2 LLDP. 3 LLDP. 4 LLDP. 5 LLDP. 6 LLDP. 7 LLDP. And 1 was void. Total number of votes, we'll get that in a minute. Okay. Okay. Total accredited votes, 34, with 1 void. So the total number of votes for ANP, 18, NUP, 8, LLDP. This represents physical voting only. At the moment, the representatives are acknowledging and accrediting the votes. They are representatives of the parties. Thank you. We'll be handing over the votes.
Yes, so would like to invite now the presiding officer for the online votes, Mrs. Adedoyin Adejumo. A round of applause for her, please.
Now we're at the Collation Center and we're going to be presenting to INEC the results. Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon.
Yes. So ANP got the total voters is 18 for ANP, that's Awake Nigeria Party. NUP is got a total of 8 votes, Nigeria Unified Party, and LLDP got a total vote of 7. We voided 1 vote. Total accredited number is 34 votes. Physical votes, that is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so for the online audience, we received a total of 277 votes, 170 votes to Awake Nigeria Party, 170. So for leading Leaders Democratic Party, we had a total of 93 votes. While for Nigerian Unified Party, we had a total of 14 votes. 40.
Total number of votes.
Total number of votes from the online audience are 277.
Thank you very much. We want this to be, everybody will be involved in the calculation. Now the results are here. So from the online votes, we have ANP 170, physical 18. So I want all of us to join to do the calculation. Leading Leaders Democratic Party, online 93, and physical 7. Nigeria Unified Party, 14 online and 8 physical. So let's just do the calculation together. Thank you. Hello. So we are ready with the results. From what we received from the presiding officers, Awake Nigeria Party, ANP, scored 170 online, 18 physical. Total votes for them is 188. Leaders Democratic Party scored 93 online and 7 physical. The total number of votes is 100. Nigeria Unified Party scored 14 online, 8 physical. The total number of votes for them is 22. The total number of votes cast in this election is 311, including the void votes. Total number of voters accredited is 311. So the ANP has scored the highest number of votes in this election, and by the powers conferred on me by WIMPol, WIMBIS, I hereby declare Folashade Aduni Koka, Awake Nigeria Party, the winner of this election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, party delegates, back to your seats. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's your slogan, AMP? AMP. AMP. Awake Nigeria. A round of applause for them. A round of applause for them. It is a rare privilege for me to be the first person to announce and invite our first female president in our mock presidential debate and election today. Her Excellency, President, Her Excellency, President,
to be the best.
Folashade Aduni Koka. A round of applause.
Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, stand up. Stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up,
Thank you.
stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Her Excellency President Folasha De Adunikoka, please come to the podium for your acceptance speech. AMP, please come to the middle here. Oh, okay. ANP, ANP, ANP. Awake Nigeria, awake Nigerian people. It's time. Let me pull up my sleeves. It's about to be time to get to work. I think at this time it's for me to give my acceptance speech. I want to appreciate everyone here. I'll move a bit from my acceptance speech to first appreciate all the presidential debaters. It's been an honor to be on this stage with you, and it has renewed my hope and my faith that Nigeria has all it takes to become the great nation that it is. Good day to all. I realize that many of you may be wondering about the question that I'm also asking myself. What are we doing here? For me, I'm here because I have come to realize that you cannot intelligently criticize or partake in what you do not know. So I submitted myself for mentoring that I might know, understand, and when chance to be a good representation of myself, WIMBIs, my gender, and my nation. I would like to begin by giving thanks. First, to the entire management and membership of Women in Management, Business, and Public Service, the African Women Development Fund, my party, ANP, and every debater here and every delegate that has casted their votes with all honesty, transparency, and sincerity of purpose. For this rare opportunity to be a part of this innovative idea of mock presidential election and helping women build capacity in politics. And as I would always say, knowing which is politics and or what is politics, and being able to choose politics as against politics. My party, for the trust and support to put an untried patriot and Democrat as their flag bearer, I say thank you. To my family, my mom, because if you lose out in your first constituency, which is your family, then you have lost the whole nation. Charity must always begin from home. I celebrate my mom, and I celebrate all women here. On the day of your children's victory, on the day of your children's victory, you would not be found wanting by the mercies of God. Mama Shade, God bless you. And also, I thank God who makes time and chance happen for us all. I am a proud Democrat and patriot, and it's with great honor and humility that I accept this election as your president. I know I am not the best of the lot, but I will do my very best to uphold all the tenets and all that WIMBIs and the Nigerian women desire and aspire and stand for. I will be a president for all, and I will work as hard to ensure that women the country over remember today as the day women defined the path for women to leverage on, both in politics and leadership. Pegs bespoke for holes so shaped. The job of a president is to represent all, not just a tribe, religion, ethnic group, or party. This is not a partisan moment. It's a moment that calls for hope, light, and love. Hope for our future, light to see our way forward, and love for one another. Ella Baker, a giant of the civil rights movement, left us with this wisdom. Give people light, and they would find a way.
Give people light awards of our time. Our current state as a nation is that we have been cloaked in darkness for much too long. Too much anger, too much fear, and too much division, not to talk of too many expectations that were dead on arrival. Even God Almighty deemed it fit to create light first, so he can see and behold the beauty of his creation and certify it beautiful indeed. Creating anything worthy of note requires illumination. Here and now, I give you my word. As you have entrusted me as your president, I will draw on the best of us, not the worst. We will put our best foot forward in leading and leadership. It's time for us, for we the people, to come together and back the change that we desire and need. My dear people, make no mistake, united we can and will overcome the season of darkness in our land. We will choose hope over fear, facts over fiction, and fairness over privilege. So the question for us is simple. Are we ready? I believe we are, and we must. Nigeria is at a critical point. It's a time of real peril, but of extraordinary possibilities. And as women, we can choose the path of becoming angrier, less hopeful, and more divided, a path of sorrow and suspicion. Or we can choose a different path and together take this chance to heal, to be reborn, and to reunite, a path of hope and light. That is why my economic plan is all about power, empowerment of youth, and agriculture. Together we can, and we will rebuild our economy. And when we do, we will not only build it back, but we will build it back better. The Irish poet Simeon Haynes once wrote, "History says, do not hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, the long four-tidal wave of justice can rise, and hope and rhythm rhyme." As women, this is our moment to make hope and history rhyme. With passion and purpose, let us begin. You and I together, one nation under God, united in our love for each other and for our great nation, Nigeria. For love is more powerful than hate. Hope is more powerful than fear. And light is more powerful than dark. This is our moment. This is a battle that we together will win. I dedicate victory to God, who daily orders my path and makes it brighter. To the women, the nationwide, I thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Her Excellency, President Olashode Ajuni-Oka. Thank you very much, Madam President. Okay, before we go on, I'd like to invite the two runners up for their concession speeches. That is Mrs. Kende Arimoro of Leading Leaders Democratic Party. A round of applause for her. And Mrs. Agatha Henry Ajala of the Nigeria Unified Party. A round of applause for her as well.
Dear Mrs. President, please accept my warm congratulations on your victory and my best wishes for your success as you prepare to take up the responsibilities and the challenges of your high office. As you embark upon your new responsibilities, I wish to assure you and the people of WIMBIS and the people of this great nation of our continued support and the people of Nigeria. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Her Excellency, Olashode, I'm excited and really happy to be giving this congratulatory speech message to you. I want to assure you that you are going to be receiving unreserved support from me, from my party members, and of course you have won. All women have won. So we are going to support you to ensure that all the plans you have mapped out, spelled out this afternoon are going to be squarely implemented. We are not going to fail you. Time has come for Nigeria to change. Time has come for women to take over, and we have taken over. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I feel very hopeful. I feel like this is happening in Nigeria for real, right? I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. A round of applause for our presidential aspirants once again, and for Her Excellency, President Folashade Ajuni-Coker. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time, for your patience. Now we are moving on to the WIMPol graduation ceremony. And I would like for the media team to please play the INEC video.
I want to go yourself. Sell your vote, just sell your future, sell your birthright. How much divide them by 4 years? How much in that? No sell your vote, oh. No matter the thing them they tell you, no matter the thing they do you, no matter how much money them they give you, no sell your vote, oh. No need to fight, oh, because your picking no go join you. They won't corner, they love you. Oh, don't sell your photo. Yeah. Okay. If you look at the situation, everything harsh for this our nation. Poverty rising and inflation. Life still day for the fuel station. Things gotta change by determination. This election, no intimidation. Protect your selection, we gotta make sure everybody votes count for the future. For the future.
Shine your eye, well. Don't let anybody deceive you. Don't let them take your vote from you. Now your future be that. Yeah. Now your future be that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Together we can make Nigeria better. Oh yeah. One voice. We can make Nigeria better. Oh yeah.
No sell your vote, oh. No sell your vote. No matter the thing them they tell you. Good decision be that. No matter the thing they do you. No matter how much money them they give you. No sell your vote.
Okay, Banya Cairo. Hey, I beg you, photo. Time don't come again, no. Them done they show their face, oh. No sell your right, oh. Now follow them fight, oh. Hey, it's over to you, so not just speak up, you yo. So ginger, don't let anybody spoil them for you. The power is in you. No sell them up for money, oh. No sell your boat, your right, your hoe. For fufu,
Mai za su ba ku sai ya kare. Duk wani tanadin ku sun shashare. Hankalin ku kar ya bace ke gaba ta fi bayewa. Taimaki kanka taimaki kanki ni rayuwa da inganci.
No need to fight, oh. Because your picking no go join you. They won't corner, they love you. Oh, don't sell your vote for your bad. Hey.
mommy, daddy, CC, baby. Don't make mistake today, it goes for your tomorrow. Mommy, daddy, CC, baby. The time not come again to go, so make we match. But we go both. We go come to work together. We go both. We go decide our future.
Oh, no matter where you come from, we're part of a great nation now. So everyone sing with me, yeah. From the hilltops of Obudu and Enugu, from the plateaus of Jos and Taraba, from the food baskets of Koto and Otubo, yeah, to the smiling, shining sun in Sokoto, we go photo. From Ondo to Jagua, we go photo. From Port Harcourt to Kaduna, yeah, so no one is left behind. Nigeria is yours and mine. Oh, yeah. Get more. this only with your PVC, man. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
A round of applause for INEC for putting together such an amazing video. Like I asked earlier, if you haven't already gotten your PVC, you have to the 30th of this month to do that. Elections are not won on social media, in our houses, while debating with our friends at dinner. Elections are won at the polling units. So please get your PVCs, revalidate your PVCs. If your PVC was registered in a far polling unit before, please, you can get them to redirect it to a closer polling unit to you. The future of Nigeria is in our hands. Please put your hands together again for INEC for that video. Right now, I'd like to invite the Executive Director of WIMPol, Mrs. Hanzatu Adegite, Hanza the Great. A round of applause. She's going to give us an overview of the WIMPol Women in Politics Mentoring Program.
My people, my people. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Those of you in the room, the energy is very infectious, but you need to see what they are doing online. I think those of them online are doing a fantastic job, and they have been hailing our candidates, they have been commenting, they have been sending messages, and I think I want to start by mentioning some of the things I read online. They said this is different and excellent. We just want a free and fair election in Nigeria. Why can't Nigeria do the right thing? People said, I am weeping. This is very emotional, and we pray for transparency. And I think that is the beauty of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, WIMPol. We like to show what is possible. And we also like to give people a platform and an opportunity. I want to, on behalf of our founders, and we have one of them in the room, Mrs. Adiola Aziz. Our transition committee, our associates, our life members, our management team, and our Women in Politics committee. Our committee chair is here, Mrs. Kemi Ogunyemi. And also our programs chair was here, but she had another engagement, Mrs. Bintamax Binije. I want to appreciate every single one of you that turned up today. It is one thing to hold any kind of event, but it's another thing to have the people that will be part of it and make the event vibrant and lively. I want to use this opportunity to say, we believe that women can not just only occupy leadership positions in Nigeria, but can help to transform so many areas that are ailing. And it is evident because we have a lot of WIMPol women that have done it already. And not just WIMPol women, but other women in so many other spaces and sectors. Women in politics, a lot of people have always said, WIMPol, you people are into business. Why are you coming into this space? It is because politics affects all of us. And if we don't wake up to that reality, we will continue to bleed as individuals and as a nation. So it is important for all of us to arise, to unite and begin to do the right thing. And we realize that a lot of us are very complacent when it comes to running, getting involved, or voting. And so WIMPol is also trying to reach out to our own constituents and stakeholders to say, look, it is time to get out of your comfort zone and step up. And I will say that a number of WIMPol women have stepped up and are even going into the political space. And sometimes it's not even about going into politics. You can be technocrats that are contributing to improve the political space and also the leadership space in the public sector. Having said that, I will first of all want to commend our aspirants. None of them are politicians. None of them, we heard their profiles, not even one of them. And they actually took up this challenge. And I think for a first outing, they did excellently well. And that is why I think I can't continue without inviting our WIMPol chair, first of all, to at least present a gift to two of them. The two runners, obviously. We'll start with that. Mrs. Ogunyemi, can I just invite you forward? That is to say, we appreciate you for the effort. I'd like to invite Agatha Henry Ajala. Agatha, are you here? Please come and collect the gift. Agatha, just to commend you and to thank you for stepping up, because we need women of courage, and we hope that we can encourage women to step up in the real space. I'd like to invite Kende Arimoro. Well done, well done, well done. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ogunyemi. Congratulations. Thank you, Mrs. Ogunyemi. I would like to invite one of our founders. That's the founders of WIMPol. 21 years ago, she was amongst those on the decision table that decided to start this organization. And I must mention that she has also taken the reins and has decided to go into politics. Mrs. Adiola Aziz. And as she comes up, I want to invite Madam President-elect. Madam President, congratulations once again. Thank you. Ma? Yes, just wait.
Actually, that was very proud this afternoon. And we're not aspiring, but I hope today is a defining moment. Defining moment that you go back, discuss with your husband, your family. There's a seed that has been planted in you. Please don't let it rot. You are a valid potential, you will rally well. You've demonstrated well, you've performed well, you've got capacity, you've got breadth, and thinking on your feet and doing it excellently well. Can we please give her another round?
Thank you. Madam President, hopefully we'll be celebrating Mrs. Aziz's victory too. It is our tradition in WIMPol that we like to commend punctuality. As you were all, I'm sure, coming to the hall, you noticed that we start on the dot of 10. But may I mention to you that the first person that came today came as early as 7 a.m. for a 10 o'clock function. That is how much people are eager to see women in political position. And so I want to invite one of our Women in Politics committee members, Mrs. Adenike Emmanuel. In fact, she was also one of our party chairmen. She will come out now. And I want to invite the lady that came first today, Mrs. Adebisi Maruf Barua. Mama. Let me give you people small expo. Mama came to support her daughter, one of our presidential aspirants, who ended up winning the election. This is Folashade's mom, Mrs. Adebisi Maruf Barua. She's obviously very emotional. She wasn't expecting this, but that is what WIMPol does. Please present to her. Mama. Mrs. Aziz, our WIMPol chair. Mother and daughter, yes. Wow, this is a beautiful moment. This is a beautiful moment. Mrs. Aziz, yes, please. Thank you very much. That is the beauty of coming physically for a WIMPol event. You never know what to expect. I will mention that the very first person to register online, and I doubt she's here, was Ugona Ofule. So we are also going to send her an award. Is she here? Ah! Ugona! She's here. Let me invite our other WIMPol committee member, Mrs. Tolulope, yes, Medubem. I thought she didn't come. I thought you were still online. Congratulations, congratulations. Well, I would like to wrap up by saying that it has been a 3-month journey, and we are very privileged that we got funding from the African Women Development Fund in Ghana to sort out the Women in Politics mentoring program. Our WIMPol chair is here. This journey started 2 years ago. You know, WIMBIS, when you see an event, the amount of planning that goes into that event is more than the event itself. And we started about 2 years ago. We had sort of planned the concept, but then we needed funding to execute. And when we advertised it about earlier this year, all the mentees that registered to join, I think there were about 125 that we finally selected. We had so many other people, over 1,000 people that actually registered to join the mentoring program. I would want to really commend and appreciate our mentors. They were very busy women, but very experienced. We have one of them in the room, Reverend Benite. They took various sessions over a 3-month period. And we also have 2 of our mentors that will be speaking shortly. So I will allow our anchor to introduce them then. But I will mention that we have gone through orientation on politics, understanding the party structure, grassroots engagement, and understanding the electoral process, personal branding as a candidate and an aspirant, stakeholder engagement, my journey into politics. And today we're going to hear more on the perspectives, the lessons that those that have gone into the field have learned. I want to use this opportunity before I step down to appreciate a very special woman that came to our aid because we wanted to get it right. We wanted you to have a feel of the real thing in a little way. She used to be the former head of the voter education, publicity, gender, and the civil societies organization department of INEC in Lagos State. She was our returning officer today, Mrs. Ijoma Oche. Thank you so much. She came, she taught us what to do. She guided both our poll clerk and also all our presiding officers, both online and physically. We also want to thank and appreciate both of you. And she just guided us on what to do and what to do well. I will mention that we have very strong support from the media. Punch, The Guardian, Channels Television, TVC, Business Day, This Day, Arise News, Vanguard, Women Radio. I mean, and they're all here. We have seen them all over the place. We want to appreciate all our media partners for their support today as we have done this. And also, again, African Women Development Fund for funding this. As I step down, I want to remind all of us, you must get your PVC. It is your civic right and your duty. It doesn't matter who you register and vote for, but vote. If you have never voted before, make sure this time around you vote. We are all in this together. And I want to appreciate our founders once again for this organization, WIMBIS. We are doing so much to inspire and empower women. And I want to believe that you have been inspired. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Now moving on very quickly, would like to watch the WIMPol mentee testimonial video by one of the mentees, Mrs. Inyanga Alfred Kanu. Media, over to you.
Inyanga Alfred Kanu, based in Gombe State, Northeast Nigeria, grassroots politician and the founder of Help the Woman Initiative. What we do is to help the women get skills and assist them to get funds to be able to start small businesses that will help them, and that also translates to helping their families. Where I joined where WIMPol mentoring program is to meet women of like minds, to interact with them, to add to the little knowledge I have about politics, to know the intricacies of politics. And I honestly want to say that I don't have any regret whatsoever of enrolling in this program. All the sections are bomb, they are excellent. But one of the sections stood out for me as a person. That was section 4, the section that was delivered by Her Excellency, the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Princess Sarah Susan. The topic was effectively managing stakeholders within the political spectrum. Honestly, a lot of things that I assumed that were odd about politics, from what she taught, I came to realize that those were the real politics. She was so practical. At some point, she gave, example with the challenges she surmounted during her time, and it really helped me a lot. I want to really appreciate the WIMBIs, the organizers, those funding the program for a job well done. The facilitators, the resource persons, you are doing excellently. I want to appreciate you and encourage every woman out there that is thinking or that has already ventured into politics. Please use the next badge as an opportunity to enroll if you are not yet an enrollee. I want to tell you it was worth my time, worth my energy and resources. Thank you, WIMBIs, and thank you very much.
A round of applause for Mrs. Nyanga Alfred Kanu. So if you are interested in venturing into politics, the time is now. I'm sure more details will be shared with us later on for you to enroll. So right now, we're going into the sessions, into the keynote speeches, and the first person to deliver his speech is Mr. Olumide Thompson, candidate for chairman, IRU, Victoria Island LCDA. Let me just quickly read his profile as he comes forward. Please, a round of applause for him. Yes, please come forward. Please put your hands together for him until he gets here. It's not easy to be one of the few gentlemen among the ladies. Mr. Olumide Thompson was born in Lagos at the Island Maternity Hospital, Lagos Island. He went to primary school at Corona School VI and secondary school at King's College, Lagos. He went on to study economics and marketing as a first degree at the University of West of England, Bristol, England, and then an MBA at the University of Durham, also in England. He started his working career as an investment banker, working for companies such as Credit Suisse International, ABN AMRO Bank, Lehman Brothers and Societe Generale across Europe. On his return to Nigeria, he joined Stanbic IBTC Bank Global Markets, the treasury arm of the bank for a brief period. After about 10 years of work experience, he took the plunge and decided to follow his passion for entrepreneurship and set up a renewable energy company that provided solar-powered solutions to our electricity needs. This evolved into a waste management company, which amongst other services converted organic waste into electricity, and then eventually into a company that creates animal feed. As the saying goes, there are multiple roads into a marketplace. I read that in Yoruba. He also runs a security company that provides security services across the country. Mr. Thompson is equally recognized for his commitment to the people in his community. During the COVID-19 lockdown, he set up a community-based initiative that fed thousands of people across Victoria Island and Ikoyi. At the height of the pandemic, he took the relevant training and set up a COVID-19 disinfecting arm, disinfecting commercial and residential spaces across the state, often for free. He has been actively involved in politics, playing a crucial role in 2 gubernatorial elections and 1 presidential election. His political leaning was thus solidified when he ran for the office of Chairman Iru, Victoria Island LCDA in the just concluded local government elections under the People's Democratic Party. Mr. Olumide Thompson is a young, dynamic, and here to stay gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Olumide Thompson, a round of applause for him.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Chairman of the winning party, our able counterparts, Chairman of the respective parties, Chairperson WIMBIS, members of the EXCO WIMBIS, Chairperson WIMPol, members of the EXCO WIMPol, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, all other protocol duly observed. To our graduating class for this year, I congratulate you thus far. People go into politics for a number of reasons, good and bad. It's not an easy decision to make considering our political terrain, but I think it's a necessary one and the right choice to make. We call ourselves citizens of Nigeria. Do we know what it entails to be called a citizen or what it's about? Citizenship or citizenry is characterized by level of political participation, from as little as voting to serving in office. I like to subscribe to a definition where there's an active relationship between specific obligations and privileges. The key word being the obligation. The obligation to participate in politics if you expect to get back particular privileges. We can't hide from this. You need to participate in politics. As mentioned earlier, politics is not necessarily about running for office. There are different ways in which you can participate in politics. I believe we're all here, when I say here, Life Earth, for different reasons. Some are wired in particular ways compared to others. My first election was age 9 when I ran for head boy in my primary school. But that doesn't necessarily mean everybody is inclined to follow that path. But there are other ways in which you can take part in politics. There is a school of thought which talks about, or which has shown that the gender inequality between men and women, particularly in politics, is not as significant as we think it is. This does not necessarily mean that the gender gaps do not exist, which we have seen particularly in the areas of, should I say, conflicting areas of politics, such as protesting or even standing for office, which we all know about. But in the other areas of politics, community organization, petitioning, boycotting, it has been shown that women trump men in all these areas. My point is, you don't necessarily have to run for office for you to be involved in politics. There's still a whole lot more you can do in the spectrum. A perfect example is why we're here today. This is a political event. Some members of WIMBIS will run for office, as just been said, some will not. However, they've all come together to make this event what it is today. By the way, I take this opportunity to congratulate WIMBIS for the work they've done so far and commend them for the work they continue to do in our communities in building women leaders. This whole thing makes sense. We will never get the Nigeria we want as long as we continue to ignore politics. You can't expect the changes you want to happen whilst you sit in your houses. You have to take an active part in politics for you to implement that change which you want. Change doesn't just happen. The word is being used a lot, but change doesn't just happen. There has to be a change agent that is pushing for that change. And that is you and I. Deny, ignore, and it will not happen. May I use the opportunity as well to take and talk about the lessons which I have learned in politics. My first lesson is a lesson in leadership. Leadership is selling. Selling is talking. You have to get comfortable with the idea of talking, expressing yourself, giving speeches, and being able to just communicate. You don't have to be perfect, but you have to do it. You can't hide from it. To get comfortable around it. Leadership and learning. Politics is all about stories. We like the intricacies, the rise and fall of individuals, the backstabbing, the dangers, all the fun things we like about politics. I think in the whole noise, a few things get covered, which in most cases, politics is really about administration. The efficient, productive administration, governance. All these tends not to be focused on in the warfare of politics. And what tends to happen then is, once we are done with the political campaigning, we are usually not satisfied with the level of administration we're getting. Both sides need to be focused on giving equal, if not more attention compared to the former, the latter that is. You need to surround yourself with the best of minds and equip yourselves with the best of knowledge. That's what you need to learn in politics. Politics is about listening. 9 out of 10 times is not about you. You're there to give as opposed to take. You're there to listen, not just listen to, as I say, not just listen to respond, but also listen to understand. And knowing that it's not just about you, there's a bigger picture, and focusing on that. You have to join a political party. This is probably one of the biggest lessons. You have to join a political party. Whichever one you join, it's up to you, but you have to make sure you join. I know the one I would like you to join. By the way, do you all bring your umbrella considering the rain outside? However, yes, so, but you have to get involved at your ward level. It's very important. That way you then get to have a seat at the table and determine what goes on in your wards. Imagine if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you in your particular wards and expressing your views and what you think should be done. Things will definitely change based on those things. Last but not the least, shine your eye. You're going to come across people, situations, and opportunities. You have to be ready to adapt, take it in, and seize the moments when they do come, because they will. It's not all going to be good, there'll be bad times. But you have to be there and be willing to take on those opportunities. To our graduating class, the journey has begun. It's not the end of the road. There's still a lot to learn and a lot to do. But I congratulate you for what you've done so far, and I wish you all the best as you go ahead. I thank WIMBIZ and WIMPol for inviting me to speak today, and I wish you all the best going forward. Thank you very much.
A round of applause again for Mr. Olumide Thompson. Thank you so much for that speech and for the admonishment. I hope that we all take learnings from that and join a political party as quickly as we can. Okay, now I'd like to invite the Honorable Fumi Tejosho, the Chairman, Lagos State House of Assembly Committee on Finance 2015. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all. Permit me to acknowledge some persons here. Your Excellency, Madam President of WIMPol Nation, I greet you. The Chairman, WIMPol, and the Chairperson, if I can put it that way, WIMBIs, and all the women leaders here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, I salute you. My name is Honorable Mrs. Adefumilayo Tejosho. I will tell you about myself, introduce myself a little more at the end of my speech, if I can put it that way. Let me start with my journey so far. I started, my name is Fumi Tejosho. They call me Fumi Tejosho. I'm Adefumilayo. I went to the University of Lagos Staff School. Then I proceeded to Queen's College, Yaba, Lagos. I finished my secondary education at St. Francis High School, West Virginia, USA. And I went to West Virginia University. I was supposed to study medicine because my late father was a medical doctor. And then I got a degree in pre-med, did very well, but I couldn't stand the sight of blood. So I decided on my own at that tender age, I was not going to continue with this medicine anymore. I'm going to become a lawyer. Why? At that time, I liked the way they dressed. They were sharp in their white shirts. They were sharp in their black suits. They were sharp with that wig and gown. And that actually intrigued me. So my father said, oh, come to Nigeria, do your NYSC, and go back to America and complete your medical studies. I came to Nigeria as my father demanded. I applied to the University of Buckingham to study law. Meanwhile, I served at my alma mater, Queen's College, as a biology teacher. I was teaching biology for senior students and general science for the younger ones. While I was doing the NYSC, my admission letter came and I took it to my father in his study and said, Dad, I've been given admission to study law. You could have seen the disappointment on the old man's face, but my father was one that didn't force you to do things. He only would guide you. And believe me, I have never regretted studying law. I have a master's in law. I'm doing my PhD, if I can put it that way. It hasn't been easy. Juggling everything, doing politics, and also going into that program. So I'm on it, if I can just put it that way. Now, political-wise, I ran for House of Reps under the GDM platform, Grassroots Democratic Movement, and I had to withdraw when Abacha forced himself on all the parties then and became the presidential candidates of all the parties. And I told myself, you cannot be an honorable person in a dishonorable dispensation. So I withdrew 2 days before my elections, and I'm glad I did. We know how everything ended. After that, I tried to run for House of Reps again. I was told to step down, which I did. Sometimes you need to listen to the leaders because at the end of the day, they will support you. Then I said, oh, maybe House of Reps, starting that was a bit much. Let me try House of Assembly. I won my election in 2003. I was the only woman out of 40 members in the House of Assembly at that time. It wasn't easy. Believe me, it was tough. My constituency is Mushi constituency 1. So you can imagine how I had to really slug it out with the men. But let me tell you something, Mushi is not that bad. We have a lot of good things that come from Mushi. We've had senators from Mushi. We've had governors from Mushi. Alhaji Lateef Jakonde lived in Mushi till he died. As a matter of fact, I represented him for 16 years while I was in the House of Assembly. So Mushi is a good place to be. The problem we used to have with Mushi was that the roads were so bad. And when people commit offenses all over Lagos State, or sometimes Nigeria, they'll come and hide in Mushi because the roads were so bad and the police found it difficult getting out after they arrest people. Sometimes they were attacked themselves and it was really, really dangerous for them. But then when our leader, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, took over and became governor, we started having good roads in Mushi. So criminals stopped hiding in Mushi. And Mushi is clean now, and you can come and live in Mushi. Believe me, I'll find a place for you. So that is my constituency. So I ran for House of Assembly from 2003 for 16 years. I represented the people of Mushi constituency 1. While I was there, I started off as deputy chief whip and Chairman House Committee on Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, of course, because I was the only woman then. Then in 2007, I ran again, became deputy speaker. But after 4 years, I went on a trip. Before I came back, they had removed me. So I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I'm stronger with it. But you see, the thing about life is that when you fall off the horse, you have to climb it again. After that, I was elected into the House of Assembly for another 2 terms, that's 8 years. And you can imagine when your colleagues say they're removing you for no reason, no notice of removal, just be removed. You know what the law is, I'm a lawyer. I threatened to go to court, but the leaders again stepped in and said I shouldn't. But the good thing about it is that I was never accused of embezzlement or fraud or any criminal activity. You know, sometimes when you're a woman, you want to compete with men. You have to be like their equal, which is what you are. And remember that your Bible tells you to submit only to your own husband, not to any other man. And that's where the problem starts. And when the speaker then felt this ordinary woman, in quotes, is competing with me to become speaker. And then I ended up being deputy speaker. Hey, this woman might want to be speaker. Let's remove her so that she will not be able to compete, because really there was no basis for the removal. They said, oh, she was, I think I was supposed to be too proud because I believed in myself and things like that. But I continue to believe in myself, and I honestly have no apology if when I don't compromise or do things that I should not do, it becomes a problem for the men, well, so be it. But the thing we're asking for is that we want more women to come in, because when we have more women in any area of governance, the pressure would reduce. It won't be one woman struggling. I sponsored the passage of the domestic violence law in 2007. And it took me 4 years to get it passed into law, because being the only woman, then later on one man died, another woman came in. I struggled for 4 years. I had a lot of help from NGOs. I had a lot of help from UNICEF as well. 4 years, can you imagine? Just one law, one bill, 4 years. Whereas I had other bills I passed in 2 weeks, 1 month, 6 months, a year, but this one lasted 4 years. Then I also sponsored the passage of the child rights law. It didn't take long at all. It was quite fast. And you wonder why domestic violence law would take 4 years, and the child rights law, which is very thick, very, very thick, would take less than a year. So you understand where I'm coming from. We need more women to fight women issues and for us to support ourselves. So I passed the law and several others, and I wrote a book, Overcoming Domestic Violence, which I used to celebrate my 45th birthday or thereabout. And it has been very useful because a lot of judges have asked me for copies of the book. The book is free. You know, I give it out for free because I think that it's more important for us to have a safe haven at home than for us to be making money. I think when you have peace in your house, you'll be able to make a lot of money. So I put a note that, please note that even after my removal as deputy speaker, my constituents still voted for me to represent them for another 8 years. So far, I spent 16 years at the House of Assembly. And I actually had to tell my constituents that I had had enough of the House of Assembly before they actually let me off to vie for other positions. So I must, at this point, thank my constituents for believing with me and supporting me. I've tried to go to the House of Reps. I was in the last primary elections. I wouldn't want to go too much into what transpired on that day, but we're still on it, if I can safely put it that way. The point I'm trying to make is that you should never give up. It's not easy. It's hard. It's tough. If you do not want to compromise, it's not easy. We don't have a female president. We've never had a female president in Nigeria, have we? In case I've forgotten, somebody can remind me. And a female governor. We've had somebody, it's Etiaba, who was actually governor briefly, you know, in, I think, Adamawa or one of the states there. Anambra, thank you. And most of the time, they say for women, deputy governor position. Sometimes, let me not say most of the time, sometimes where they are sensitive, some don't even care. They don't save anything for no woman. You fight for it. If you get there, fine. If you do not, go home to the kitchen and cook, they say. But what I say to women, older women, younger women, is it's a matter of women taking their destiny in their own hands. Because my leader, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will tell you that power is not served a la carte. You have to go out there to get it yourself. So he's very sensitive to women, but he builds you to be strong and he makes you fight for what you believe in. As a matter of fact, when I was trying to pass the domestic violence law, it was the first male to buy into it. Some of my colleagues told me, you can't tell me what to do with my wife. You know, with the law, they talk about rape in marriages and things like that. They don't want to hear it. But I mean, I got good support from him. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's get involved in politics. Women normally don't run for the highest positions. It's like we're afraid to try. And we have to thank this lady from, I think, Adamawa State that ran for president this year. She has actually done very well. We must commend her for daring to do it. And we must continue to support her. We must note that we have all sorts of challenges that affect women. We have sexual harassment. We have sexual discrimination. There's a difference, they say. We have area boys and thugs. We have threats. You know, they always tell us that you're an ordinary woman. But you know what I tell women? Show them that you are a woman and make sure that you get there. Political parties say that we should not pay nomination forms, but that we should pay for expression forms. The question remains, how many spots are reserved for women? We continue to demand affirmative action. We will not stop demanding it. It is our right. We've had the short end of the stick for a long time. It's about time they give us something to stand on so that we can compete with the men. We need to demand for equity. We need to demand for justice. We need to demand for fairness. We need to demand gender parity as enshrined in the party constitution. And we also need to demand that we will not only work like men, but will be treated equally. Because a lot of times when there's position for man and woman, they would rather give it to the man. Why? You know, in my politics, we sing, I'm a politician. And we say that kilo ọkùnrin ṣe tóbìnrin ò lè ṣe, obìnrin ṣe lawyer, obìnrin ṣe adájọ́, kilo ọkùnrin ṣe tóbìnrin ò lè ṣe. That means that what can a man do that a woman cannot do? A woman is a lawyer, a woman is a judge. Women are also doctors, women are also nurses. So there's nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do. We also need to remember that women are multitasking. We take care of our husbands as macho as they are. We're not always in the other room or in the kitchen. We take care of our children. We take care of our homes. We go to PTA, we go for sports day, we go for concerts. We have a plan for the holidays, summer, Easter, Christmas, midterm, what have you. We help our children with homework and school projects. These projects, I really don't understand why we have to get involved, but you know, we're always involved. Paper mache, aeroplanes, and so on and so forth. Believe you me, I learned French just from doing homework with my children because I just had to know it. I had to buy a dictionary and I had to do the homework with them because the lesson teacher is not the same as the mother or the father. And you know the men, they would rather go to work and bring home the bacon, right? But nowadays, the women also bring home the bread. So we need to appreciate our ability to do everything and anything. Now, we talk about education. We have to understand that the last elections, we talked about delegates. Delegates were the ones voting for who would be House of Reps, who would be assembly member, who would be president, and so on and so forth. But we have to understand that some delegates can't even read. And when delegates cannot read, it's trial and error. And I won't say more than that. So should we not have more educated people involved like you and I? I think we should. I don't think we should just sit down and be condemning and complaining because we do not have a right to condemn or complain if we're not a part of it. I can complain, I can condemn. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. Have you? Do you have your PVC? Do you vote? If it's raining, do you stay outside and still say until this thing is counted? I don't know. You are the only one that can answer that question. So we must get involved. Politics is not for the jobless. Believe you me, I know. It's for people that want to make a difference. I say I'm a professional in politics. That's why politics is not do or die for me. If I win, I win. If I don't win, I shake my wig and gown and I go back to court. It's that easy. It's not difficult at all. If you are not lazy, believe you, you will eat. So statistically, they say women are more than men in population. I want to agree. So if we say we have more women than men, how come men are the ones winning all the elections and women are not winning elections? What's going on? Wow. They normally say that women are their own worst enemies. I hate that statement. Honestly, I cannot stand it. But you know something? When anything happens to a woman, if a woman is removed, they put another woman. She takes it, even if the woman hasn't done anything. When a woman is having problems, it's the women that will champion how she'll be dealt with. When a woman goes through IVF and all those things, it's the old women in that area that actually hold her down and say they must cut her genitals, if I can put it that way. And these are the things we see, is the women that condone. When you're even going through domestic violence, is the mama, iya lagbaja, and the iya tamedu that tell you, kilo de, When I was your age, Baba Morufa, no, me now. Nothing happened. You won't die. Just stay there and hold your peace. Those are the things that we see. So are we really the enemies here? I think we should think about it. We shouldn't do those things anymore. We should support women. We should care for women. When a woman falls, help her to get up. When a woman is climbing up, hold the ladder for her to get there. Because you too, when you get there, also hold the ladder up there and pull them up. Because there's something that we call the queen bee syndrome, as in the B word, which we cannot use here. But the queen bee is somebody that believes she's the be all and end all. The queen bee is the bee that is the queen, and everybody has to bow and worship her. The queen bee is the one you cannot talk to, you cannot call without kneeling down or bowing. What God cannot do does not exist. Thank you for listening to me. I am Right Honorable Fumi Teju Osho. I'm happily married to Prince Kayode Teju Osho, and I'm blessed with 4 children, a girl and 3 boys. Please get your PVT, vote, together we can make it. Hope you all brought your brooms. Do you have your brooms? If you don't have your brooms, when you get home, make sure you sweep out all the rubbish. Before I sit down, let me salute my brother and my friend, the candidate chairman, Iru, local government, PDP. I salute you. There's space for you in APC. Thank you.
A round of applause for Right Honorable Fumi Teju Osho, please. I love the healthy competition that's happening here today. Okay, very quickly, if you have any questions. Wow. I haven't even finished the sentence. If you have any questions, I think we have space to take 3 questions. So the lady in wine already raised her hand, and then the lady at the back. Is there anybody else? All right, so you are 1, 2, 3. Please come forward, 3 of you, to ask your questions. Thank you very much. Please introduce yourself, and then you tell us who the question is directed to.
Thank you so very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. First, a very huge congratulations to Madam President and my party, Awake Nigeria Party. My name is Fumi Olaosun. I'm her namesake. All right, So, and we really want to appreciate WIMBIZ for this opportunity for WIMPol. I actually joined in the middle, but I can tell you it was very revolutionary for me. Now, my question is actually directed to Honorable Fumi. Over the years, I've actually held different leadership positions, but somehow it has always been given to me unanimously. Very recently, for the first time, I had my first foray into politics when I contested against 5 people for the position of coordinator of the Young African Leaders Initiative, Lagos chapter. And I won, surprisingly. Now, my question is, because I was listening to you and your years of experience, and it's very obvious that you started your journey quite early. And even listening to some of our mentors, Reverend Benite is here, your session was powerful. I remember listening to some of our mentors, you find that they seem to have started quite early. So my question is, for those of us who didn't start early, and now we want to get into this journey, what would it take to get to the top echelons in politics? And where can we start from? That's one question. Then my second question is to WIMBIZ and to the WIMPol committee. I wanted to know, I know it's been a very amazing program, but please, what's next after this? Is it possible that some of us mentees can be paired to some of our senior women in politics as mentees for the next few months? That's direct mentees now. So those are my 2 questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think let's take the answers as you're asking the questions so that, okay, yes, please pass the mic.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I stand up? Do I stand up? Okay. Thank you very much. My namesake, you know, we do great things, right? Yes, if you want to get into politics, it's very simple. The first thing you do is to join a political party of your choice. Once you have joined the party, and I'll advise you that try to find out what relates to your own thinking, what you believe in, what you want to do, what you want to achieve, not what your friends are doing. Because it's easy to get carried away. Oh, my friends are in APC, or they're in PDP, or they're in any other party. Decide what you want to do. And once you decide that these are your agenda, what do I want to achieve when I get there, then you'll be able to decide which party you want. After joining the party, you have to attend meetings. It's not easy. You have to attend meetings. You have to be humble, you know, because, for example, you want to go to meet with market women. You don't want to be dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. You can wear a rambuba and crack or skirt and blouse and relate so that they can relate to who's before them. Because if you go there, when I started politics, I was a bit young, but when I got into the House of Assembly, I was about 34, thereabout. And initially it was a bit difficult because you speak English a lot around your folks. And then you have to start speaking the language of that area with the grassroots. And you have to learn. And I remember that to even boost my Yorubaness, if I can put it that way, I actually was the one that moved the motion that we should be speaking Yoruba on Thursdays. Even though I thought, this will be a bit challenging. You're going to read in Yoruba, you're going to speak in Yoruba, you're not allowed to speak English at all on Thursdays. But it helped to improve my Yoruba. And now I know a lot of proverbs. I know how to talk to people without being rude. I know when to joke and when not to joke. I know who to joke with and who not to joke with. I know who to kneel down for and who not to kneel down for. You have to learn. And it's like a fish in water. You know, we adapt. And I think that's the most important thing. But if you're interested in joining my party, you can see me. I will put you through. I will put you through. We are mobilizing. We're mobilizing. And we have a group for women in professional women. So we will include you. Thank you.
Okay, I was about to answer your question and say we will connect you to one-on-one mentors. I think you have found your own in the hall. You better grab her and wrap her before she leaves. But for the rest of the mentees, just to mention that WIMPol is an evolving program. We continue to look for partners, and I can tell you that the United Nations Women has actually contacted us also for partnership on women in politics, and we will continue to roll out different kinds of support and look for other international donor agencies to support different initiatives on WIMPol. We will, for those of you that will be interested in being paired on a one-on-one session, I know that some of the mentors had said that they are available for that, and I'm sure we can remember Her Excellency, the Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, had also committed to that. And then I will also mention that on your own, even as a group, we won't dismantle your WhatsApp group. Continue to engage, continue to encourage each other, let people know about opportunities and information, and just continue to build that network, because as more of you on that platform are elected into office, just like she said, you will put the ladder and pull others up.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Pleasant greetings to every one of us here. I'm Comrade Jim Osaidat Ojohu, the first Senate President of National Association of North Central Students, and I'm from Kogi State, and I must say, I did not regret traveling all the way from Kogi State to attend this program. And to also add to what is going on here, I also contested for House of Assembly in my constituency far back in Kogi State, and we know how it is being played. But luckily for me, assuming it was zoned to my place, I would have got it. I'm a member of your party, ma. Because I know she'll be glad to hear that. So my question is this. You said we should listen to our leaders. Sometimes it is against our will. So how do you manage the situation between them and also not offending yourself? Because sometimes when you have to go against your will, it's hurt more than any other thing, and some of us take it as offending ourselves. So how do you manage the situation? Striking a balance between your will and your grassroots leadership and the rest of it, because when I wanted to contest, I was told, are you eligible to contest? And I told the person, yes, I am. Then it was zoned to my clan, because we do clannish stuff and we all know the rest of the story. So I pick up the interest, though I couldn't go to the grassroots. I'm still very much young, and I did not have the grassroots structure to contest. But I decided to go on this contest because I believe if I need to get the grassroots structure, I need to participate from somewhere. I've been part of the state activities, but I still need to go down to my grassroots if at all I want to have a career in politics. So I went back. I met some people. Then, when it was close for me to get it, I was told that, okay, they've given us rep. It's not possible for us to have House of Assembly. And I would have been the youngest House of Assembly aspirants in the whole of the country at 25. But as God will have it, maybe it is not yet time for me. Maybe God is preparing me for something else. I did a match. So my question is, how do we manage the situation? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm actually really happy to be here. I just landed from Abuja for the APC presidential primaries. My name is Dr. Angel Adelaja Kuye. I'm SSA to the governor of Ogun State and a proud member of APC. And thank you. And for me, it was so important to be here because even though I've already started getting into politics, as many avenues of mentorship, especially for women in politics, is quite important for me. And I know the track record that WIMBIZ has in mentorship in business and entrepreneurship, and I see what they're doing in terms of politics. And for me, I've had mentors who have helped push me in the right direction. My own case is that I didn't grow up in Nigeria. So there's already a hurdle of having to engage. And then also, they see you as not being able to understand their plight. So you have to make sure that you go the extra mile to show them that you do understand and care. But as you're doing that and being able to build your grassroots structure, I was interested in running for House of Assembly for Ijebu-Ode in Ogun State. And at the end of the day, I decided not to go for it. And it was because, number one, I looked at what I had on ground. I had a good structure. I had a good following, but the decision was not going to be by the full structure. It was going to be, at the end of the day, by leadership. And selection of delegates is also by leadership. So I wanted to ask, how do you get your following into the fold? Because you can build the structure as much as you want, but it seems as if most of what really matters is converting the people who are already in the party onto your side. So if you're going to join a new political, join an existing political party, and you want to disrupt from within, how do you ensure that as you enter, you don't get tired from reaching brick walls everywhere that you go? You want to bring more people of like minds into the party slowly. How do you get them to actually be onboarded fully? How do you actually get them to be onboarded fully into the party? And how do you get them to also be able to hold seats in your ward, in your local government, to also be able to be selected as delegate? For me, I think I've been lucky. I was able to choose my woman leader for my local government because of the position that I had. But if I didn't have that position, how would I have been able to do that? So that was my question. Thank you.
So Mr. Thompson, please, you take her question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisha Bale. I have a degree in political science at University of Windsor, Canada. And for 3 years now, I've been running a foundation called March 14 Ajoke Foundation. It focuses on early childhood education. And also presently, I'm the youth licensing officer of Morocco/Open Afar Ward of ATLSA local government. So I'm working under the Lagos Central Senatorial District. So the member in Nigerian Youth Parliament.
What's the question?
Okay, so I'll just go forward to my question. Sorry about that. So my question is, the first delegate who asked the question sort of like asked it, but in the response, I didn't really get it. I just want to know, this mock debate, the WIMPol Women in Politics mock program, is it going to be every year or every 4 years?
Thank you. So that question is to Wimbes. The first question about, what was that question? About listening to your leaders. Honorable Fumi, please take that. The second question about disrupting from within, Mr. Thompson will please take that. And the last question about the WIMPol mentoring program, Wimbes will take that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. She asked if listening to your leaders, if it's against your will. A lot of times it's against your will. A lot of times it's against your will. But as an adult, you know, the Constitution says that once you're 18 years old, you become an adult. As an adult, you must be able to, you know, bend a little bit. The leaders are the ones that actually decide a lot of things in the constituency. It's after you get the party ticket that it goes to the general public. But within the party, there's a structure. In anything in life, there's a structure. In WIMBIS, there's a structure. You have the leadership. The leadership will make a decision, and the members have to abide by the decision, particularly when you have agreed that these are your leaders. Whatever it is, because you trust them and you know that whatever they decide will be for the greater good of the greater number of people. So I want to say that if your leaders tell you to do something, I think you should do it. There's a Yoruba adage, that means that you have to get to a particular level to decide what you want. When you get to that level, you will know. And at that level, they will not tell you to step down. Look at the APC primaries. When you are a leader, you are a leader. You are a leader among leaders. And you know who you are. And you can say no to certain decisions. But when you are still climbing, you are crawling, or you are still walking a little bit, please do not go against your leaders. Where is the lady? Please do not go against your leaders. They can be really, really tough. And when you also become a leader, they will remind you that you didn't listen to your leader, so they will not listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. So second question about disrupting from within.
Being disruptive from within, I think it also relates to your comments on how to get to the top. A lot of factors come into play. As was previously said, your leaders play a key role in what happens within the party. If that doesn't happen, or if that happens, it still takes time. You have to go through the process. You have to learn, you have to meet people, and you have to understand what is happening within your party. If you are made a leader, you get straight to the top, you might not necessarily know how to administer or how to lead within your ward. So it takes time for you to get to that level where you can say you get to the top. You can't get to the top on your own. You need people. You need people within the party. You need to develop friendships. You need to develop trust. And you need to develop credibility. All these also take time. So you can't run away from it. You need time to get to the top. But also, get your friends involved. If you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you who are like-minded and understand the process, it's a lot easier for you to negotiate and say, this is the kind of thing we want, and this is not the kind of thing we want. Those are the 3 areas I will focus on. But more predominantly, it takes time. It takes time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then very quickly, just like I said, WIMPol is ever evolving. If you want to have it annually, we just need the funding. If you want to have it every 4 years, we need the funding. If you want it every 2 years, it's all about funding. And so the committee will go back to the drawing board and draw out a strategic plan. Thank you.
A round of applause for our speakers. Thank you so much for making this session very interactive. I would now like to invite Mrs. Adiola Aziz, Mrs. Kemi Ogunyemi, Mrs. Nzantu Adegbite, Mr. Olumide Thompson, and Honorable Fumita Joshua to the stage for a picture. Please come forward for a group picture. Thank you. Media, please play some music. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them, please. A round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Now moving on very quickly, would like to see the WIMPol mentees graduation video. The WIMPol mentees graduation video. Over to you, media team.
We are the future. We are the dream. We are the nation, we are part of this. Yes, we are so amazing, that's the least we shall be. At the heart of the nation, changing history. How can they say that we are finished? We have just begun. When we have nowhere else to run to, we have nowhere else to go. So get out of the way of the land of our dreams. We are the nation, we are part of this. Oh, oh. We are the nation, we are part of this. Whoa, carry the song, carry the sound. The future is here, the future is here. Goodbye yesterday, tomorrow is now for the taking. The future is here, the future is here. I am the future, I am the future, I am the dream. Whoa, I am the nation, I am part of this. Yes, I am so amazing. That's the least I shall be. The least I shall be. The nation changing history. How can they say that we are finished? We have just begun. And we have nowhere else to run to. Nowhere else to go. Hey. Oh, I am the nation. I am part of this. So get out of the way.
A round of applause for our WIMPol mentees. Oh, okay. The person I was going to invite is no longer on her seat. Yes. Now it's time for the congratulatory message. Okay. Okay. So while we wait for her, okay. Okay, so while we wait for her, we'll move on to the next agenda, so that when she comes in, she'll take the congratulatory message on behalf of the founders of WIMBIZ. Now would have WIMPol mentors and moderators appreciation video. The media team, are you ready for that? For the WIMPol mentors and moderators appreciation video.
Raise your hands in the air if you believe the future has come now. The future is here. The future is here. This is all, this is all, this is our country. The future is here. We are the future. We are the dream. We are the nation. We are part of this. Yes, we are so amazing, that's the least we shall be. At the heart of the nation, changing history. How can they say that we are finished? We have just begun. When we have nowhere else to run to, we have nowhere else to go. So get out of the way of the land of our dreams. We are the nation, we are part of this. Oh, oh. We are the nation, we are part of this. Whoa, carry the song, carry the sound. The future is here, the future is here. Goodbye yesterday, tomorrow is now for the taking. The future is here, the future is here. I am the future, I am the future, I am the dream. Whoa, I am the nation, I am part of this. Yes, I am so amazing. Oh, that's the least I shall be. least I shall be. A nation changing history. How can they say that we are finished if we have just begun? When we have nowhere else to run, nowhere else to go, nowhere else to go.
Congratulations once again to our WIMPol mentees. Sorry, there was a glitch earlier. The video just finished. And now I would invite Mrs. Adiola Aziz, the co-founder of WIMBIZ, for her congratulatory message for the WIMPol mentees who are graduating today. A round of applause for her.
Come. Can you all see my height? So I'd like to hold the microphone if you don't mind. Thank you all. And good afternoon, everybody. And I must also observe this protocol because it's so nice to say. I must acknowledge our Madam President today, Mrs. Folashade Adunikoka of the Awake Nigeria Party. You have started something in WIMPol today, and it's so exciting, it's so refreshing, and very, very inspiring. For your co-debaters as well, Kehinde Arimoro and Agatha Henry Ajala, I salute your courage, your grit as well. And again, we are watching. Now, I'm supposed to be giving a congratulatory message to our mentees. A lot has been shared today. Can we have perfect silence, please? A lot has been said, a lot has been shared. As our two speakers, have they left? Olumide and, okay, look there at the back. Now, it was so good and Satu that you decided on that session because learning lessons from their perspectives, was great. We had the debates and we also heard from experienced politicians on how they do it and what they did and didn't do. Now, I am Adiola Aziz. I have traversed from being a lawyer, a banker, and now a politician. And one of the founding members of WIMBIZ, as you all know. So this afternoon, it gives me great joy because I know where WIMBIZ is coming from. Politics was not in our radar when we founded this organization 20 years ago. It was a struggle because we just didn't know how to do it. And that's the honest truth. We're here today clapping, dancing, having a debate. Honestly, you need to give us a round of applause. Thank you. And I said that we didn't want to because when we started doing this, I don't know how many of you have heard our stories. We were in our 40s. So add 20 years to it so you can, guess our ages. What we wanted to do there was sort out the issues in the entrepreneurship space, sort out the issues in the corporate space, how you climb the corporate ladder, crash the glass ceiling, how you bring those two sectors together, where they'll leverage on their expertise, come together platform, mentoring. Then we were also targeting young ladies in the universities about to come into the world. So politics was a dark spot for us. Later on, it took us almost 12 years to realize that, hey, if we don't get engaged, we're going to be left behind. So we had to basically pull up, think, and decide as a board that we needed to just get into this space. And luckily, in the founding members, I was the only politically minded person. So, I mean, I was always, talking to my co-founders. And at the end of the day, slowly but surely, they gave in. And for that, if they're watching online or you send the recording to them, they will be proud. We always know what it is that we know how to do best, and we also know what it is that we're trying to do. So as Hansato has said, WIMPol is evolving, but we are evolving so fast by today's marked defined event. So we're evolving and we always go for the best, strive for the best, so that when we deliver, we want to remain the foremost trusted women organization in Africa. I'm not saying Nigeria, because we've surpassed that, and we're in Africa, and we're getting there to the world. So bear with us. All your requests and wishes regarding WIMPol will be met. So today, I congratulate the entire 125 members, mentees, who have gone through our training for 3 months, and you have been fed by the best in class. You have been fed by the best in class that we could get. And of course, a lot of you have seen my dear friend, Ms. Benita here. She's fire. I mean, I'm going to tell you about another class where we were continuing to hone our knowledge, and with politics, it's a continuous learning thing. You just don't say you've done this mentoring, so you're ready to jump into the space. You've heard what Mrs. Tejoshua has said, as well as Olumide. Now, so I've told you about the why we had to form WIMPol. We realized that we didn't have enough women in the political space. We needed to increase the number of women. So when we realized there's a gap, women sit back and we try to look for a solution. So that solution has manifested itself by today. Now, where are we? Where we are. One of the things that I have noticed in my political journey, as some of you may know, I have won the candidacy for representing the SDP for the Ijebu Central constituency, is that there are women in politics, but we don't have enough. And it cuts across all sectors, all areas of leadership within politics. The second thing that bothers me is the quality of women that we have. And I guess that is important to us because coming from WIMBIS, coming from the corporate space, we like to have the best of us represent us. So when we have women who we think do not get up to par, it's the reason for this mentoring, okay? So, and the key thing that I always say is to thyself be true. Know your gaps, know where you need to increase whatever it is you need to do, right, to make sure that the best of us emerge. And the best 3 emerged this morning through the mock debate. You can see they did their homework, they did their research, they're good. They're ready to go and influence in any party that they go. So there's this need to rise up in value and standards to this cause to transform the political, economic, social environment to make a positive impact to our dear country. Women can break boundaries and take on so many roles, as Mrs. Tejoshua has told us. However, there's a massive knowledge barrier that limits us to reach our full potential in the political sector. You've all heard it. I've talked about quality. And again, we've said it. The people who end up being delegates decide to a large extent of the future of our country. It is who they select that end up being in the final race that you and I vote for. As such, we need many more women. How many women were delegates? Do we know? Hardly. There were a couple, but they probably got lost, And you've all heard when we talk about the 3 C's, the women who come up, they must be competent, they must have character, core values, they must have capacity. Okay, so you would have had your work-life balance, you would have been organized, you must have the breath and the energy, to ensure that you want to get into this space. And if there is a critical mass of educated, professional, and well-informed people in politics, Nigeria will not continue to grapple with a system that promotes mediocrity. It is for this reason that I'm glad that everyone graduating from this program today, has decided to become intentional about the future of Nigeria by becoming active politicians in value, substance, and impact. You have heard Hansatu. WIMBIs will not relent on her work to strengthen the advocacy in the public sector political leadership and inculcate mentoring into its strategy to build women who are politically savvy and ready to serve in political positions. Let me seize this opportunity to sincerely appreciate the commitment, the time that our 14 mentors gave to this, free of charge. For time, I will not even call their names, but again, Mrs. Benite is here to represent all of them. Honestly, if you would please allow me, can you all please rise and give these mentors a resounding ovation? Thank you very, very, very much. Because we're coming back. We will come back and we will come back again, okay? So we thank you for investing in these mentees and contributing to the program. Now, where we want to be. Ladies, you have only just begun. It is not enough to go through this program. You must know and live out your conviction. You've heard it. You have to join a political party. You must check in, adding to what Fumi said about joining a political party. I will share a story with you, and I want you to learn from it. When I decided to join, and of course I know Fumi won't like this, I joined a party, and my family was not in support of it. And I was dogged. I said, no, do it. But I had to make that decision myself. I needed to get to that crossroad. A lot of you will go through it. Like I said, it's not the popular party. It's not the mainstream party. You have to look at the values, do your research, do what they present in their manifesto, their core values. Do they walk the talk? Does it resonate with you? So it's something that if you're not careful, you see yourself jumping back and forth. Luckily, if you started early like Fumi did, she went through the rudiment. She's my senior in that, but I'm older than her. So I will defer to her, so that is the truth, that is the reality. Okay, so it's not a matter of age, it's a matter of, look, she started early. And, she's traversed the good, the bad, and the ugly, as she said. So join a party, but do your due diligence. Okay, we've said about this. When you get there, you help other women to find their voice. You have a vision, get started. Politics is not for the faint-hearted. However, I'm confident that this set that we have trained and you've mentored, we always tell you something here. You must be very, very confident. And, from the women who represented themselves here today, if we haven't done anything, we have impacted that in you. Walk your personal brand. You said it. Fumi said it. Dress. I will just use one word. Dress appropriately. Yes. Don't overdress. Don't underdress. Be careful about those jewelry. Yes. Those jewelry. Be careful. If you have it, don't flaunt it in politics. Please. I always say that. Don't flaunt it in politics. I'm in politics now. All my Ankaras, I've gone to bring them away. That's what I do. You don't see me, Ankaras and Adire, because in Adire, that's our uniform in Ogun State. You know, so be careful. Be careful about the makeup. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's also very important because, you know, as women, they judge, they perceive. And before you even open your mouth, they're already judging you. So it's extremely important that you dress appropriately. And you know, basically, you're walking your brand, you know, as well. Everything goes into that. Who are you? Who do you want to be known as? How do you want to appear? You know, public speaking is critical. You must be able to come here and talk and string your words together. If you're not able to do that, you have no business in politics. What you need to do is go to the School of Public Speaking. There's so many of them around. I always say that women even come to me, even before they say they want to go into politics. I'm watching how they talk. I'm watching what they say. And at the side, I say, you know what? Have you heard of Toastmasters? Go to Toastmasters. Teach you confidence, they teach you how to speak. And once you do that, voila, you're done and dusted. So as I close, right, I suggest that the graduating students from this mentoring, right, WIMBIS is going to be watching you and tracking your progress. We suggest that you work together. I'm happy, and Satu, you're not dismantling that WhatsApp group. You collaborate, you cooperate, and you pull each other up. Let that be the WIMBIS symbol. You collaborate, you cooperate, and you pull each other up. If you hear of anything politically that will benefit the group, share it. Okay? Collaborate, cooperate, and lift each other up. Now, one thing I will add here. The WIMBIS mentoring was good. It was 3 months. It was perfect. I will tell you additionally what I did. I retired December 2020, and I knew I was going straight into politics. What did I do? There was this school that I was a student. Juliet Benite was also a student. It's called the School of Politics, Policy, and Governance. It's an online school, it's an unconventional school, it's a school that talks to you and teaches you about disruptive thinking, innovation, strategic thinking, and so design thinking, and basically how you can do things differently. Just Google it. I think it's www.sppg.org. And that course is for 10 months. And as for women, it's their scholarship. See, Juliet and I will tell you about it. It's very, very good. It expanded my mind, gave me confidence. It's very, very good. So it's School of Politics, Policy, and Governance. I thought it was important to share that. Okay, so my dear graduates, we expect only the best from you. We hope to see you contest and win elections at all levels. We hope to hear of you as leaders and pillars in your various political parties and wards. Congratulations once again to all of you, and go out and break barriers. Before I leave the stage, we're going to have another standing ovation. You know the WIMBIS HQ, for me, they are the best in Nigeria. We work them out, they plan to the teeth because they know the founders are watching. And it is the state and the position of excellence in everything that we do. And they are being led by Hansato. Hansato has also seen the good, the bad, and the ugly because she has learned, she has grown, and she's become perfect. Okay, so Hansato, can you and your team please come out here? We have to constantly encourage you. We have to constantly celebrate you as you come out here. As you deliver these programs effortlessly, deliver them to impact, to inspire. You're very humble about it, and we just appreciate you. And every WIMBIS member in the house, please come out and be represented and be celebrated. Thank you so, so much.
I want to add one more thing about this WIMPol, because Anzatu does all sorts of things. She's actually the contact person, the link between all the United Nations, other women in politics, all the other political, she is the one who got the funding. I may be the chairperson, but she's really the one that does a lot of the footwork. And then she calls me and says, oh, and I say, yep, that's all I have to do as a chairperson. So I just wanted to add that even this was because of her dogged focus and hard work. And of course, all the other, every single one of them, they keep on calling us, they give us reminders, they're the ones that sorted out the page, they do all the graphics, they send it to us the other way, and we say yes, no, but they do the work. There's always people at the back, even though we're the ones in front. We don't deserve all the applause, they do. So thank you very, very much. Honestly, thank you.
So I just leave you with no woman, no nation. And I have to leave you with my Yoruba dialect, like they say when you're on the ground. Kò sóbìnrin, kò síbò. Bye.
A round of applause once again for one of our co-founders, Mrs. Adiola Aziz. I also understand that another co-founder is online, Mrs. Bola Adeshola. A round of applause for her as well. So now we're going to watch the WIMPol Mentors and Moderators Appreciation video.
Stand in the rain as the clouds go gray. From the roars and the earth sings. Season's just beginning. Sunlight it hides as the clouds make way. From the pouring of my blessings, I will not be afraid. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance. In the rain, it's for my seed to grow. For every prayer and every seed I've sown, Lord of the harvest.
For the mentors and the moderators, now I would like to invite the chairperson WIMPol committee, Mrs. Kemi Ogunyemi. She would come for the presentation of the gifts to the WIMPol mentors. Please put your hands together for her. Okay, the WIMPol committee members, please join her on stage. Thank you.
So who are the mentors? Oh. So I'll let her invite the mentors because I don't have my class.
Okay, first we'd like to invite Reverend Juliet Benitier to come forward. A round of applause for her. She's one of our wonderful mentors in WIMPol.
On behalf So this wouldn't have happened without one of our mentors, all our mentors. So on behalf of the WIMPol committee, WIMBIs as a whole, you're always smiling, it's actually pretty good. Honestly, you really did a good job from what we've seen. I mean, I'm just still amazed that non-politicians could actually give such, but then they're women. What do I expect? So we shouldn't be surprised. we're really good at what we do. So congratulations. Thank you so much, Juliet Beniti, for all you've done for, and you continue to do. So you're going to continue as a mentor, definitely. And this program will continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So she's the only one present here, and the other mentors will be recognized at a later date. I would like to invite Reverend Juliet Benitier, the 22 WIMPol mentor, for her appreciation speech. She's representing all the other mentors. Please, a round of applause for her.
Wow. WIMBIs, give yourself a good round of applause. And I want you to also do something since we're on the table. I want you to give a drum roll to WIMPol. Drum roll. Thank you so much. I've been so excited. I was so excited with the debate. I was so excited with everything that was happening. Because one thing I know is that taking responsibility begins with women rising. This afternoon, I want to acknowledge all the leadership, co-founder, my big sis, the candidate herself of Ijebu Central, Federal House of Assembly, SDP. You're gonna win. We're gonna make sure you win, in spite of whatever anybody thinks. And Mrs. Kemi, you are excellent, God bless you. Hasatu, you're finer than your pictures. Thank you so much for your leadership, your executive leadership, amazing. And all your team leaders, especially Chin Mary. When I came in, I had to look for her first. I said, I need to see who is this sweet voiced lady. It's such a pleasant voice. And I pray that you move forward into that dimension of communication, because that voice is a gift. I mean, she calls you, you just feel relaxed. Okay, what do you want to say? What do you want me to do? This afternoon, on the behalf of all the mentors, wherever they are in the neck of the woods, we want to appreciate WIMBIs and WIMPol. I've been an advocate and supporter from outside, but my big sis have insisted it's time to come in. And I can assure you I will do my registration today, or tonight, or first thing in the morning tomorrow, online. I believe that this process has been an incredible opportunity for all the mentees. But I want to challenge us, because some of us, apart from being in the Institute for National Transformation for over a decade as a leader there, but now I'm the director for programs. We have all sorts of programs that we'll be working with WIMBIs and WIMPol especially. I will introduce you to some programs that are important to raising the standards of women. But the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, even though I was mature, I was so happy that when I got to the class, I thought I was one of the oldest until I saw my big sis. I said, if Auntie Jola is here, Juliet, you're safe. However, we had 90 faculties from all over the world, an incredible process that you don't want to miss, if indeed you want to build your political career. I want to announce to us as African women, I go beyond seeing us as Nigerian women, because it's the dawn for Africa, and especially for the African woman. You need to begin to build your sense of understanding that politics is actually from the word politise, which is an old Greek word meaning an exemplary citizen. For us, politics has been abused and misused because we're in a feudal system. Nigeria is still a feudal political system. And that's why you have a lot of issues with godfatherism, etc. But there is destruction coming. And like I said to each one of you, you must begin to start somewhere, whether with active politics, lobbying and advocacy, political position, civil society, volunteering. Madam Aziz here, one volunteer in Abeokuta. financial supporter, or you want to be a kingmaker. Whatever you do as a woman, on the behalf of all the mentors, I want to challenge women today that the number one quality for a great politician and character is adversity quotient. You must be ready to go through everything. Your emotional intelligence must be high. You must have social quotient. You must have intelligence, street smart, and book smart. You must have cultural quotient, how to behave in different places. And finally, you must have financial quotient. And I said something during the mentorship program, is that you must have spiritual power. Wherever the source of your power is, you need it. Do not underestimate that there are not spiritual things happening that you don't see with your eyes. Don't be foolish. Be smart. Be a woman. Tidy yourself. Have a referendum with your family. Discuss again like Queen Esther. And let the husband know seasons have changed. But I want to announce to each one of us, a new Nigeria is around the corner. The uprising has started, and you and I shall be counted. Once again, God bless you, WIMPol.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. A new Nigeria has started. I can't wait to see it. Okay. Now would like to move on to the presentation of certificates, the WIMPol mentees. I would invite the WIMBI's ED, Mrs. Hanzatu Adegbite, for that. A round of applause for her.
Sorry, so we're going to do it very quickly. I'll be inviting one or two people to present the certificates, but I'll quickly call on Chinemerem to come and join me on stage to just assist with this. Can I mention and commend? I know a lot of our mentees traveled from outside Lagos. If you traveled from outside Lagos, please just stand up and take a bow. Some of them came from Cross River, Abuja, Kogi, Ibadan, Oyo, Delta State. We really commend you. Thank you for that. Edo. We have recognized that. I will start with our representative from INEC, our returning officer. Please, I'd like to invite you to present some certificates. Haoma Wogu, are you here? Fantastic. Adiola Adebisi, congratulations on your graduation. So you can hold it up. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Adiola Adebisi, are you here? Funlola Adedayo. Yeah. Our presiding officer. Olabisi Adeyeye, are you here? Thank you very much. Adiola Akombi. Adiola, are you here? Cecilia. Okay. Omowumi Akinola. Our poll clerk. No, that was the first person. Now her own is here. Ibuwumi Akinola. Dr. Joke Akinse. Dr. Joke is here. Munira Ame. After Dr. Joke. Munira Ame is next. Ayola Ayodele, are you here? Ayola is next after her. Peju Babalola. Peju, are you here? Is Peju here? Okay, okay, she's now online. Aishat, are you here? Okay. Ibuwumi Breathwaite, are you here? Oh, you use another name? Okay. Folashade Koka, Madam President. Madam President. Elizabeth Ekanem. Elizabeth Ekanem, Her Excellency. Agatha Henry Ajala. Dr. Ijoma Kalu. Ijoma Kalu. Temitope Kende. Tayo Kola Daisy. Kukuyi, okay. Tayo, is that you? Thank you, our returning officer. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you. Can I invite our WIMPol chair to come and present the next set of certificates? Kukoyi, are you here? Inkita. Inkita. Yeah, I know she came all the way from Cross River. Ugona. Ugona. Philomena. Okure. Philomena. Olufumi Ola Oshun. Our mentee. Adenike Olumide Emmanuel. One of our party chairmen. Eniton Olua. After Eniton. Yes. Eniton is next. Owolabi Kao Sarat. Is she here? Jimo Saidat. Fantastic. All the way from Kogi. Olamide Patrick. Olamide Patrick. Another of our party chairmen, Tinu Phillips. Olamide, is that you? Okay. Tinu Phillips. Olajumoke Saliu. Olajumoke Saliu. Adekumbi Thomas. The lady in red. She's also a party chairman. They are representing Teresa Vereg. Teresa, is there anybody here I've not mentioned? Joyce Daniels. Okay. Joyce Daniel, the three of you, and Dr. Okuroko. Let them just. Okay, we'll just do it one after the other. Just for the. Joyce. Yeah. Madam President. For picture. Oh, she's sorry. Madam President, another presidential candidate. Yes. Just go. Congratulations once again on behalf of WIMBIS. We wish you a successful tenure and we really congratulate all of them once again. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for our mentees. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, now I'd like to invite Mrs. Nwoma Wogu. She's one of the 2022 WIMPol mentees for an appreciation. She's represented the WIMPol mentees and she would like to deliver an appreciation. Okay.
Okay. Hello. Her Excellency, Madam President from my own political party, please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. In a time and season where women are seen as incompetent and emotional leaders, I have a dream of seeing a wave of women leaders who would rise up to disrupt existing systems. With what I've seen here today, I can say that this dream is gradually coming to reality. My name is Homa Wogo. I am an advocate for global sustainability and a United Nations scholar. Inasmuch as I am a LinkedIn specialist that trains brands and professionals to gain visibility on LinkedIn, today I am happy to say I am a graduate of the WIMPol program. You know what I'm more excited about today? I'm happy to see a crop of women that would not just lead nations, but women that would lead systems, that would lead corporations, that would lead companies to see major success. A new breed of women who would disrupt systems, who would take decisions that would make men and women refer to you. It is on this note that I say a big thank you to WIMBIS and to the African Women Development Fund for putting together this phenomenal program. You don't know what you have done for us. You have risen up the sleeping giants in us. Generations unborn will thank you for this, because a lot of us are being launched into the world right now to do things that would make our world notice us. To my fellow mentees, for the past 3 months, we've learned, we've had sessions, but I need you to know that it's only an implemented initiative that would be celebrated. It is time for us all to go into the world and take leadership decisions and actions that would make our world celebrate us as women leaders. The world should notice that a group of women in Nigeria are standing up now. I need us to take a mantle in the various sectors that are existing, in education, in government, in technology, in environment. I need the world to notice us as WIMPol mentees. This is not the end, it's just the beginning. We are set out right now to bring up a revolution that we as women leaders would be proud of. I am more than ready to lead this change. I hope you are too. Once again, on behalf of the entire graduating class, I want to say a big thank you to WIMBIS and to Africa's Women Development Fund. And in advance, I want to thank everybody that would trust us to lead them. And finally, I want to say a big thank you to God for bringing us together. Thank you.
You know what I hear? I hear a leader. I hear a leader right there. Wow. Wow, I'm filled with so much hope today. I don't know about you. I don't know how you feel. I feel like there's hope for this country. There's a crop of amazing, learned, articulate women coming up to take positions of leadership. And I'm so proud of the WIMPol for putting this together. Please put your hands together again for WIMPol. Now for the closing remark and announcement, I would like to invite Mrs. Temitope Ogochukwu Kende, member of the WIMPol committee. Please put your hands together for her.
What a day. What a day. We planned it, it was executed. So on behalf of the committee, I'd like to say a big thank you to every one of you seated, those online. If you were not here, we wouldn't be here. A big thank you to every one of us, to the graduating class. Thank you. This is your starting step. And would like to thank WIMBIS. Would like to thank the African Women Development Fund for their funding, for their support, for everything they've done for us we want to say thank you. I'll start on the existing protocol and say thank you to every one of us. Let's go out there. There's room for everyone, like Honorable Tejo said. The sky is a limit. I'd encourage women to go outside. We can also do it. If women can do it in business, women can do it also in politics. She said something, we should not be intimidated. So let's go out there, let's eat it out, and let's have a new Nigeria that we all will be proud of. Thank you. So without further ado, I'll go straight to the announcement. An evaluation link is being sent out to our mails. Let's look into it and please endeavor to fill it out. Send it out to us. We want to hear your opinions, where we did it well, where we still need to adjust, and what the success story is about. Kindly also invite people to join who are not yet part of WIMBIS. How many of us are associates of WIMBIS here? If you're an associate, be proud to raise your hand. So let's invite people. Let's start from our tables. Those who are not yet members of WIMBIS, let's bring them in. And also would like to encourage those of us who are associates to renew our membership for the year 2022. We would also want to tell you that the WIM board, that's another sector of WIMBIS, will be having their sessions, and it's understanding boardroom dynamics. It's starting Saturday, June 18th. That's next week, Saturday. Understanding boardroom dynamics. Let's save the dates. Let's also save the dates for our 21st annual conference. How many were at the conference last year? Conference attendee last year. Good. So it's also another conference coming up November 3 and 4, 2022. Further details will be sent to our email box. For over 21 years, WIMBIS annual conference has been an event you do not want to miss. So register. There's a link. There's a link on the website. Let's register for the year's conference. Also, let's follow up WIMBIS on all our social media platforms. Let's be abreast with our programs and all the activities.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. So I'll just take this one. Like they say, everything that has a beginning has an end, and we are gradually grinding to a halt for this amazing event here today. I would like to say a big thank you to our debaters, speakers, and all of you here today. Round of applause for yourselves. Thank you for taking time out on this very wet Saturday morning to attend this event, the first of its kind, the WIMPol mock presidential debate and WIMPol graduation. Thank you for coming. I wish you a pleasant afternoon. Please enjoy the lunch that we've provided for you today. And I hope you have a nice time. I hope you also remember to get your PVCs before the 30th of June if you haven't already done so. My name is Priscilla Iyari. I am the brand manager for Quick Teller. I also support the Verb and Master brand. Please put your hands together for me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. Okay, so there'll be somebody at your table to direct you to the food point. It's table by table. Thank you very much.
Or should I be coming early in the morning? Oh yeah, shake it, make it spend my money. Call me Mr. Bean, I go make you honey. Hey, give me, baby, make it give me. I go show you love and I go take you to my city. Don't need them, make I look pretty. You won't make us enjoy me before you go see me. Fine girl, you know your body bad. Same body bad, can make you shake it for Ghana. Here, dance for me, baby, man. I make you
Okay. I can no more pretend. Just scatter my defense. They do things for the end. Swear you go like me. Can I be your man? That friend with no relent. Doing all the things you like.